So I am. Again. Thanks for telling me. So, at the very beginning, thanks for the raid. At the very beginning. Thanks for the sub. And like I was saying there, still have a habit of wanting to call you Iceman SRT. And that's a habit that's gonna be hard to break, but I will try and break it. But it was taken, I'm guessing. Kind of like how Gorok, for the longest time, was taken. So I ended up having to be Gorox. I think the server that I started on before I went over to Black Dragon was, that's what the name I had was Gorok. Then I switched over to Black Dragon and the name was taken, so I threw an S on the end of it, and voila, here I am. I believe on YouTube I am still Gorok. On Kick and Twitch, I think I'm, on both of those, I think I'm Gorox. I just forgot to change it. Oh. Oh, you mean you wanted to change it from Iceman SRT to Ice Cold SRT, but ended up forgetting to do it. I thought you were also meaning like that was the original name you wanted, but couldn't get it or whatever. Actually, I'll leave that up. Okay, now only because I do not want this shovel disappearing on me. So that should be good enough. I gotta pack it down. 3 more followers, but I need to get to 50 at least. Yep. And again, like I said, what I ended up doing, or what ended up happening anyway, with me, I was playing Star Wars at the time, and other streamers happened to notice that I was playing, and they just raided me with basically enough people to get me there. And if I had the follower count right now, I would do the same. But as you can tell, I mean, I have the followers, I don't have the viewers to be able to get them to come over. Otherwise, I would do the same. Because that's what they were doing. They literally, I think it was 2 days in a row or something, I got over 60 people from two different streamers rated me, and I ended up getting it that way. Yeah, I think for the beginning, what is it? You got to stream for so many days in a row, or in a month, and you need to have a certain amount of followers. I can't remember what, I think there's 3 criteria you have to meet in order to get, what is it, affiliated? Yeah, 50 followers. And so many days streamed in a month, I'm pretty sure it was. If it wasn't so many hours streamed in a certain amount of days or something like that, I can't remember. It's been a little bit since I've had to, and I can stream at any time. Was that a question of if you can stream at any time, or? I thought there was like a certain... I'm not saying that you can't go over it. I'm just saying that you, like, it's given you a... In order to get it, you have to have a minimum of certain amount of time streamed in so many days or something like that. No, I can do it whenever, but I stopped to raid you. Oh. Oh, I mean, you didn't have to do that. If you're trying to work on that, you should be trying to work on that. That's more important. I mean, thank you all the same. But, what were you streaming? So I literally just woke up and then had my breakfast and then hopped on here, so I haven't had a chance to look at anything except for pushing the power button on my PC. Dead by Daylight, okay. Get any wins? You said you were usually the one playing the killer type in the game and not the survivor. I get wins. That's good. Uh, 4K is perfect, 3K is a win, 2K is a tie, and obviously 1K or all 4 escape is a loss. Oh, okay. Now, what do you mean by the, what, 4K, 3K, 2K, 1K? What are... Again, yeah, I'm very, like, I know little bits and pieces of that game, but not, like, is that time, money, uh, yeah. 4K is all survivors killed. 3K is 3 survivors. Alright, 2 survivors and 1 survivor, and then the, okay. So you basically get 1,000 points, I guess is what it is, per person, because there's 4 people per team, so you get 1,000 points per kill, and then do you lose, like, so if you killed 1 and 3 got out, you lose just or you get 1,000 points, that's it, that's all that's counted, and then just the loss? Or is it a like a counter where if you lose or if you get 1,000 points but 1 person leaves, you get no points? 4K just means you kill all 4. Okay. Oh, 4 kills. Got it. I'm thinking 4K like 4,000. Yeah, it's a 4 kill. Okay, yeah, I got it now. Okay, because there's 4 on the team, and then there's 1 killer, and you kill 4 of them. Obviously, you killed the whole team. You win. If you kill 3 of them, and 1 person survives, that's still a win for you. And then 2K is a tie. So if you kill 2 and let 2 out, I don't really mean like let 2 out as if you planned on giving away the game, but if 2 got free. Okay. I think that's a game the wife might wanna play later on. Maybe we'll see about looking into it. She's all about. I mean, I'm fine with watching them too, but not to the extent that she does. But she's all about like the horror movies and stuff like that. And I mean, I'm fine watching them, but like I said, I'm more of an action movie kind of. I'll go out of my way to watch an action movie, like she'll go out of her way to watch a horror movie. So yeah, that's a game she'll probably want to play. And another game that she's wanted to play for the longest time that we haven't played in a long time is Phasmophobia. We went out of our way to watch like all the Annabelle movies and Conjuring, all those. Amityville Horror, stuff like that. The newer ones, not. I don't. I think we watched a few minutes of like the really old one, and I just couldn't get into it. But there's a little lump there. There. Got it. Alright. This truck is full again. I think you have the ability to use mine on here. Not 100% sure on that though. I think it is. Unless I have to become partnered in order for that to happen on this platform. Get your merch. Yes, that's the mug that it fades horribly in the dishwasher after, well, doesn't really fade horribly. It fades in the dishwasher, but that's almost, I'd say, probably 2 years worth of do you have any made yet? Or were you planning on making them yourself, or by like getting somebody to make them for you? Because if you were planning on getting somebody to make them for you, the guy that made the ones that the one that you just posted then, and there's a bunch of other ones that I have there as well. The guy that made them, I can get you a link to his site there to go and get the emotes made, if that's what you wanted to do. And again, that's not a decision you have to make now, because you said you still got some work to do before you even get the affiliation part. So you probably want to try and get that, or get closer to that, and then think about the emotes and all that kind of stuff. Well, I mean, it was too shiny. I had to make it dirty. If it's only me working here, I might as well. Yes, I'm picking your truck because it was the most recent one made and all that too, so I might as well use it while it's here. But if I have multiple people on, then it's basically running a fleet. If it's just me running the vehicle, then, I mean, if you're watching, I'll run your truck. If somebody else was watching and they and I decided to maybe do that whole it still has me thinking now on maybe trying to do a subscription gets a truck, or a follow gets a truck or something. Well, actually, I don't know about the follow. Fuck, I'll have an oversized fleet by that time. Wouldn't that be amazing if I started playing this game with 0 followers, end up with 307 fucking trucks for Twitch? Yeah, I don't know about that one. Yeah. But I definitely won't lose it in a crowd. Alright, let's see if I can blow up this piece of rock without blowing up the excavator sitting above it. That, and kaboom. That, and kaboom. take out these little chunks because they'll stop things dead in their tracks. How's it going there, Velcro? I got a little bit done since the last time you came up here. A little bit of progress. Watching you playing Contraband playlist. Yeah, I'm stuck on bagger work on my. Bleh. I am going to do as much as I can here before I proceed to torturing myself in that fucking bagger. So my plan right now, I'm gonna continue cutting what I'm doing right now from there to that bend, that little corner where the exhaust is coming out. So I'm going to end there. Then I'm going to move this shovel up to this edge and get as close to that wall as I can get with this shelf. Then I'm going to come back down here and I'm going to move this material all the way back to as far as I can get with that wall. And then once I do that, I'm going to torture myself operating that bagger and get rid of that wall up there and probably get a good portion to be able to maybe go behind that city. But we'll see. Because the so there's where I'm digging here, then there's that wall or that shelf is right here. So I'm gonna get rid of this. Get rid of this behind here, and then I'm gonna move a bagger right here and try and cut ahead. Actually, probably be closer to where that bagger is currently sitting, back a little bit, so I can get this bit and this, and I might just end up continuing on through. I'm not sure yet. I don't know if I want to just stop here. I might do that, actually. I might just stop here, continue this bend. Actually, I put the satellite there. Kyle was on earlier yesterday, and I told him to dig that far with the bagger. So this bagger, he's going to go that far with it, and then I'm going to try and bring it back this way and bring it down here. And that's going to be the, essentially this pit. And then later on, when this is down to whatever there is a bottom of this map, then we'll start over on the, what I would think is the shallowest part of the natural formation of the map, and start another pit over there. I actually think that's where Split had his first one, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's where that one's located. If not, it's somewhere up there somewhere, but I think this is this most shallow spot on the map. So that's where I'm going to start the next pit, and I might... Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to do a square or maybe just a circle pit. I'm undecided. But by the time I get to that, it'll be a long time from now. So yeah, the plan is get rid of these shelves here, use anything besides the bagger for as long as remotely possible, and then once I get these shelves pulled back to about that wall, then I'll get the bagger in here and clear out this. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stop at the wall, and I'll get to this, and then probably turn, come up here, and we'll clear all of this area with the bagger, and then rinse and repeat this process that I've been doing down here all the way up till that. And I'll probably actually stage like shelves here coming out, not like the giant wall that I have going on right here, which later on down the road I might even turn into shelves. Might do a shelf system that goes from here all the way up to the frickin' top of the mountain, all I know. Maybe even remove the mountain. We'll see. But again, not something that's going to happen tomorrow. I hate how this thing just goes off in its own friggin' direction. It's like, no, I don't want to go that way. I'm gonna go this way. Although I am on like a wicked angle too, so we'll see. But I think that truck is full. Close enough. No, nothing quick about it, especially when I'm doing it on my own. Like right now doing it on my own. I think the maximum I've had in the last few weeks now was 2 other people on here. It's M and Kyle. So it makes it an even slower process again, but it is what it is. Excuse me. It's the first raid. I think I was doing that with some people. I was raiding them literally just for the sake of being seen. Is what I was doing that for. And but at the time it was also when I was playing Star Wars. And if I'm not mistaken, I think 1 if not 2 of them I raided that are the ones that started to raid me back. And when they raided me back, that was how I got the affiliate thing on here. But that's usually how you'd want to go about that. Even if it is just one, if you're by yourself in there and you're able to rate them, then do so. It gets your name in there. And a lot of the streamers out there, when even if it is just one viewer rating, it's still a raid, so they'll still call it out. They'll still call your name and ask you all of the what were you streaming and how did it go and all that kind of stuff. Because it still comes up as a prompt on there. And some people would come across as a complete asshole or a dick if they just let that pass. If they have a notification that comes up that says that and they don't do anything about it, they just leave it be. People have a tendency of calling them out on it. Truck's fault. But yeah, in order for this to run smoothly or a little bit quickly, I would need at least one other competent operator. So somebody that can either operate the shovel or the loader. And then I would need one more operator operating the truck. If not, two operators, one operating one truck and one operating another truck, so that as soon as one's full, the other one is pretty much ready to stage and come right back in. So yeah, I would need one competent operator and two haul truck operators in order to make this run quickly. And again, I use that word very loosely, because if I'm in the shovel, it's not the quickest, and if I'm in the loader, it's still not the quickest. And obviously I would be one of said competent employees, competent operators, so I would be either in the shovel or the loader. I'm also noticing, well, according to OBS, that truck is a very bright truck. Looks like a glow stick, but that's also because I'm operating during the night when I should be daytime. And the only problem with daytime is also fog time, which I really wish that would go somewhere else. Like I said, if I ask for clear skies, I would expect clear skies. If I wanted fog, if I wanted the morning dew or all of that kind of stuff, then that should be a setting, because if it's able to be cleared up, it should stay cleared up. Did you consider me the fog is bad on it? Yeah, I can't stand the fog on this map. Did I consider you as one of the best warlocks? You and Mighty Noob were the only two warlocks I knew. And both of you were good, because both of you tore aggro off me like it was going out of fucking style. So, yeah, I'd say you're good. But that was back when you were able to blend your talent tree too. And then WoW decided, hey, fuck you on that whole being yourself thing. We're not gonna allow that anymore. You have to be just like everybody else. So you can only choose this, this, or this. You can't mix them. No, that, I have no patience for that game anymore. At all. I'd also win duels before raids. Yeah. I don't remember us doing a whole lot of raids though because of the fact that we only had like four constant players that actually knew how to play their fucking characters, and then we had several others that wanted to play all of the characters. It's like, oh, we're doing this raid this week. Oh, I want to take this character in and get this piece of gear, but I want to... And then the next time we go in there, no, I want to take this character in and get this piece of gear. It's like, how about you pick a fucking character, learn how to play it, do good. Because when we were in that guild, there was very, very little progression when it came to what we were doing. We tore up arenas. Your X healing. Yeah. Tore up yeah, that was fucking hilarious though. Again, I'm running into arenas as a prop fucking warrior. It's like, you're literally gonna run that way and distract everything. I'm gonna throw a bunch of heals on you while you throw a bunch of heals on yourself. They take a bunch of time trying to beat you up. And then in the process of them doing that, then you ended up turning around and hitting them a few times, and we've won a few of them for that. I also think we won more from people just joining and leaving, but we did win a couple just from the sheer distraction tactic. What was that? That was me, you, I think Horde Man, or Joey was his actual name. I think Fred. And I can't remember, I think, was it fours? Can't remember if it was full 5-man or just a 4-man group. Sometimes we were doing even less than that, but... Yeah. Yeah, there was times that we'd just sit there and watch them just run around, and all of a sudden, poof, they died. It's like, no, that means you hit them pretty good. Because I think there was also times that I tried to, I tried dual specking, and, well, not really dual specking. I think at the time that we were doing that, they didn't have that option really available. Or they did, but I was already dual specking as Prot and Fury. So I went in a couple times playing as Fury, and survived better when I was in there in fucking tank spec. And at no point in time did I ever go in there thinking I was gonna do any damage. I literally went in as the fucking like a greyhound races. I was the fucking rabbit on the reel. I was the one that came in and played distraction while everybody else was doing what they needed to do in order to win. Very rarely did I survive. Dual spec destruction and affliction. Yeah, but I think at the time that we were playing, you were able to blend your trees together. Like you were able to be a little portion of all 3 talent trees, and then I can't remember if we were still playing when that came into effect that they fucked it all up. If I'm not mistaken, I think they did that during, I want to say, Cataclysm. But I think Wrath of the Lich King might have been the time that they fucked it all up. Again, I know Cataclysm, they fucked the game up completely. That was the time that I was playing Prot Warrior, and we went into raids. And I'm not saying we as in me and you, but I went into raids and instances even, and to play a Prot Warrior, the only way that I was able to get aggro at that point, which it didn't work, it never would have worked, is the Prot Warrior had to out DPS his DPS in order to get aggro, because that's how they changed it at the very beginning of that expansion. They made it where damage caused threat. It was like they made it fucking impossible. And I think at the very beginning of that, the Death Knight, the Blood, I want to say Death Knight, that was the only character that was actually able to play tank at the beginning of that, because of the fact that they had a specific move that made it where they would actually be able to get a lot of damage done. So they played really good damage even in their tank spec, and that was the only reason that they were able to do good as a tank. Yeah, Wrath of Lich King was when you could mix match. Yeah. Yeah, when I first started playing, vanilla was still vanilla. They were in the process of coming out with Burning Crusade. That was when Mr. T was bringing up his commercials of the Night Elf Mohawk. When he was doing that, and that was the reason that I wanted to play that game. I seen that commercial and was like, well, I'll give it a try, why not? And so I started playing in vanilla, but I basically worked through. So vanilla was out, Burning Crusade was coming out, I was playing, and I played up through Burning Crusade, made it to the max level, did a couple raids as a max level character, and then after doing a few raids, that was when they came out with Wrath of the Lich King, and that was the first expansion I really moved into. Again, there's and then what was it? So we went Wrath of the Lich King, Cataclysm, Mists of fucking Panda Land, basically. Then after that was Warlords of Draenor, I want to say. Yeah. I didn't... I didn't like Myth. Well, then again, I didn't really like the game after Wrath of the Lich King came out, because that's when they started making everything so fucking simple. Wrath of the Lich King, they went and they looked at everybody and said, okay, well, because, so in Burning Crusade, everybody had to know their character. If you didn't know your character basically right through, and know exactly when to hit the right buttons and things like that, they had, what was it, Prince, I think was the boss's name in Karazhan. They had him set up to the point where if you didn't know your character, and you didn't know when to push specific buttons to keep yourself alive, you were dead, and you would essentially wipe an entire raid due to the fact that you didn't know your character. So this is where the implementation of you needed to know your fucking character through and through. And because they made that guy that difficult at the time, people started complaining. And we know how that works. All the fucking snowflakes out there that do the same thing now in real life. Complain enough and people will try and make everything right for you. Not make it right because it's right, but make it right because you complain more than the other one. But at that time, people started complaining, so then basically Blizzard looked at it and said, okay, people are complaining about how hard this game is. So then they went the complete fucking opposite. It's like the armor drops were fucking simple. You go in and you do regular instances and get... You go into the regular instances and get fucking purple gear. Where you were lucky to get purple gear in 25 or 40 man raids. And now all of a sudden 5-man instances and almost everybody got a piece of purple gear at the end of it. It's like they basically started to fucking give everything away. And when they first started it, at the very, very beginning, they looked at everybody and thought they're implementing how to play your character, because everybody was still on the same page when it came to Burning Crusade of, if you have a group, you have to stop one, freeze one, this, that, something else, and then take one at a time. Until after the first instance and everybody found out, all you got to do is just basically full-blown run right to the end of the boss and wipe them all down. As long as you had a good healer and a good tank, the rest is... you could take forever and still manage to do it. So that's when they looked at everybody. So Burning Crusade was, this game is difficult. Wrath of the Lich King was, because the game was difficult, we're going to make it a lot easier, which they turned out to make it way easier. And then when people complained about how easy it was, then they came out with the new raids of like Icecrown Citadels, fucking the instances even. They were almost impossible to do at the first of it. Like, there was people that were just... It took a long time for the first couple guilds to even get through them. And that was because they went, again, right from one side of the spectrum right to the other end. It's like, it's very easy to it's almost impossible. Oh, you don't like how almost impossible it is? Okay, we're going to go very easy again. It's like, they could never balance anything. And then the way that game also worked depending on who was the head developer of the fucking game at the time, would depend on what their favorite character was, would be the most overpowered character of the game, and whatever character they didn't like the most would have been the one that was nerfed the most. And I can tell you one thing, I think Legion, according to Mighty Noob, according to him, Legion was the only time a Prot Warrior was the favorite of the developers. Because apparently you could walk in as a Prot Warrior and just wipe the floor with everything on your own. Every other time they were the fucking worst. And the only reason that I stuck with them is because of the fact that I started with it, and unlike other people that were in our guild, I stuck with a character and learned the character and played that character until like I had everything that I needed for it, and then I worked on something else. Not like other people where it was like, this week I want to play this one, that next week I want to play that one, and or every other day I want to play this one and that one and something else, or like, it's different if you have a raid group with a specific amount and then turn out looking at it and saying, oh, we have too much of, let's say, we have too much of this one, so go grab your alt that's gonna help us balance out the raid a little better. That's different. But when you basically give them the option and they change their mind so fucking often with them, it just doesn't make sense. And again, I'm sure he's not watching, and I'm sure none of them are watching right now, but the people I'm talking about are the ones that were Horde Man, Badass Fred, and Badass Stella. Those three were the people that they came in one day. Let's say Fred, Badass Fred, he came in one day with his Tauren, and then came in the next day. Like, we're running instances to try and get better gear for them to be able to do raids and stuff like that. So one day we do all the raid or all the instances for one of his characters and Joey's characters and Stella's characters, and then all of a sudden no, I want to take this character today. It's like, or you could play the one character that you're playing and get the right fucking gear and learn how to play it, because that was another thing that we came up with issues of. We get into the raids, and these guys are the ones dying first because they didn't know like where they had to stand, what they had to do. It just turned into a giant shit show. And I mean, I've said it many times before. I was probably even one of the people that I'm sure Fook and Tat probably had a few moments where they were kind of probably looking at it like telling me to shut up at that point, because they knew what I was talking about. Because I was getting fed up with, like, the only thing that our entire guild of 25 plus people were able to accomplish was barely a regular instance. So we had enough people that we should have been able to do raids. I couldn't. And again, as far as I'm concerned, the reason behind that was because of the people that wanted to always play on all of their alts, and they pretty much wanted to play all of them. Yeah, you didn't have an alt at all. I had, like I said, I had tried to get as many tanks as I could. Because again, if I go into an MMO, I want to play tank. I don't know why. I guess I like taking a beating, but that just seems to be what I always choose. I always seem to choose the tank. But at the time when I first started playing, I I literally didn't realize that the character I started playing was tank. It was literally just, I wanted a, at that time it was a orc, and it was an orc warrior. I thought it sounded cool, I wanted to make it, that's what I made. And then I ended up finding out that the character was a tank. So I tried to play the character that I would been playing the entire time, because the last thing I wanted to do after putting all of that work into it was just fucking dump it because of, like, no, I'm gonna play it. So I ended up learning how to play that. After a while, like I said, Wrath of the Lich King came out. I decided, after finding out that the warrior wasn't exactly one of the best tanks for certain things, I found out that the Death Knight was another tank style character, so I made a Death Knight. I named him Jacko. And if it wasn't for me having that Death Knight leveled up to where it needed, yeah, if it wasn't for that Death Knight being leveled up to where it needed, then when Cataclysm came out, I would have been absolutely fucked, and so would 90% of our guild, because I think at that time I was the only one that was actually playing the tank. But yeah, so I went that route, and then I also wanted to try the Paladin. I never really got into the Paladin too much. I don't even think I think I made the Paladin literally because I wanted the fucking armor set. The, I can't remember the name of the armor set, but, I went transmog hunting for quite some time with those characters. But I had basically those 3 tank specs, and the reason that I had those was because, like I said, it was easier to tank on certain characters over others. So like playing the Death Knight was easier to tank in certain aspects. Warlock had so many good cosmetic, yeah. To this day, my favorite is still the, I want to say tier 6? Basically the Burning Crusade tier set for the warrior. It was the one where you go against Illidan and the Mount Hyjal. What was the other one? And the reason that I'm remembering these is because I had to farm those fucking raids soloed for the transmog gear for so long. But yeah, Mount Hyjal, something Citadel, Blackrock Citadel, Black something, Illidan's fucking raid anyway, and I think the other raid is in the same relative area. Actually, no, it's not. It sounded like Alcatraz. Trying to remember now. Anyway, it's those three raids. Oh no, there was another one too. It was the in the water area. Fuck, I can't remember the name of them, but anyway, those areas I had to farm the living hell out of in order to get the transmog gear for that character. But that was my favorite. I think it was, I want to say tier 6 or tier 8. And then the Paladin, all I remember of the colors of the Paladin's armor was black, red, basically the colors that I I use for my company colors in this game. And the Death Knight I was fine with the original armor set that they gave you. Farm for mounts and gear. Yeah, but I mean the only mount that you really needed was or the only mount that a lot of us really wanted to get, and I don't think a lot of us got, was the one in Karazhan, which resembled the Dreadsteed. And the only fucker that got the one mount that you'll never ever be able to get again was Fred, and he got the Tiger mount from Zul'Gurub. The fact that I'm remembering these names is amazing, because these are names that I should not be remembering. But that raid that no longer exists anymore, and that mount that no longer exists anymore, unless of course you probably get it on the Classic, which that's another fucking money grab. It was literally the developers came back and said, hey, people don't like our game anymore, but they keep on screaming about how they liked it back before this happened and before that happened. So then when they first came out with World of Warcraft Classic, that was when I immediately said, oh, I see what's going to happen here. Classic came out, and then when are they going to come out with Burning Crusade Classic? What did they do? They came out with it a little while after. And then Wrath of the Lich King Classic. So give them enough time, and they'll just bring out every expansion all over again. I got no patience for that stuff. When I can literally just see a video game developer, so the purpose behind a video game is entertainment. It's to keep the person playing the game entertained. You want them to have fun playing your game. And what I see, well, Grand Theft Auto is a good example. World of Warcraft will be another example of game developers are literally out just for the fucking money. Like, they don't care about the game anymore. It's literally just, how can I come up with something that people will buy? I mean, yes, it's a business, so that should be a part of it, but it shouldn't be your whole fucking skit of it. Like, if you're gonna make a game, your first step is not, how can I make a fucking fortune? It's, I want to make a game that's entertaining, that people are gonna want to play and have fun playing it. Can't remember names of shit. Yours is a medically induced kind of reasoning behind that. Mine is just straight up bad memory and the fact that I haven't... I just have a bad memory. Yours is kind of side effect. There's a difference. Yours was out of your control. I mean, technically kind of mine is too, but... But yeah, they, as far as I'm concerned, the way that game ended up turning out, they start off like one expansion really difficult, one expansion really hard, one expansion really or easy, easy hard, easy hard, easy hard, and that's how they flip-flop back and forth. And the way I looked at it, with most cases when they went to the easy route, it's almost like they just, the only thing that came to their mind was, how can we get kids to play this game? How can we make this game so that kids can play it? So I guess it's a video game, kids are supposed to be able to play it, but at the same time, that game has been, like, it wasn't, I don't, 13, 14 plus or something like that. It wasn't that kind of game. Like, it was supposed to be a strategic, yeah, I don't know. I don't know the best way to explain the way it was and the way that they tried to turn it into. Who knows what happens now? Microsoft owns Blizzard and Activision. Yeah. Like I said, I haven't followed it because most of what they have been doing was literally just how can we milk people of all of their money without actually trying to make the game really entertaining and things like that. It was literally, their sole purpose was to see how much money they can just gouge people of. Or you have your nostalgic side of the game, places that people liked of the game, and then they just go and say, well, fuck that, well, let's blow it up. Undercity. I mean, you know that one. Every fucking character, or the whole time you've been playing, that was your main home on with your character. And then all of a sudden, was it Legion? When they blew that up? And I think it was, oh yeah, Cataclysm. That was when they really pissed off a lot of people. Holy. Basically, you take a map that everybody's been playing, that was laid out from vanilla, Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, and all of a sudden you get an angry dragon that turns up and dismantles the entire fucking map. Like, you get your orc starting area was fucked up. Trolls, I understand the whole bringing the trolls thing, where they got their main city back or implemented or whatever. I get that. But that could have been a thing added by itself and then left the orc stuff the way it was. But no, they had to fuck that up. So I don't know. I think they never took enough time to think about it. They just fucked a bunch. Well, a lot of us actually went over to org, and a lot of us stopped going over to org because you had the option to use everything in Undercity. And the thing is, when Org was extremely popular, so you couldn't get in to do anything, and then just go over to Undercity and the fucking place was a ghost town. Figuratively and literally. But at the same time, like, you can move around that area way easier and not have lineups that you had to, like, another thing that annoyed me when Cataclysm actually came out, when they had one quest giver at the very beginning. As soon as you downloaded the expansion and you loaded it into Org, you go to Org and you had to go talk to one fucking person. And because everybody and their dog was getting this fucking expansion, you couldn't even click on the fucking quest giver. Everybody was on top of them just trying to get it too. And then there was idiots that literally their sole purpose was to see how many people they could piss off in one day, and they literally just stayed there for the sake of staying there. I loved how peaceful it was. And again, like I said, it was mainly because of the fact that you had everybody and their dog in Org. And hardly anybody was over in Undercity. Like I said, you could access all the same stuff from Undercity as you could access in Org. You had all the auction houses and everything were all attached. Like, it's not like Undercity specific or Orgrimmar specific. It was all Horde specific. If you wanted, you could have went over to Silvermoon, the shiniest, brightest. Need to wear sunglasses in order to walk around that city. Lady Sylvanas. Yeah, until she became quite the bitch in the next expansions, after Hellscream went to wayside. Okay, so I'm going to pick this up. I'm going to put it back down over here. If you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that like button, it helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below that you're interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove that you are not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. Now let's get back to digging, if I don't cause this thing to go off a cliff. And I should be... Come up against the wall there. Yep. Alright. Care, anything free. Yeah, they basically just... They went from... So you had Thrall. He was the leader. The best one as far as I was concerned. Then Hellscream. I think was... No, was it Hellscream? Or was it... I want to say Bane. The Tauren. Can't remember. I know Thrall was the first one. Hellscream, Bane. Then there was the Troll and... one or the other ended up turning into Lady Sylvanas was the last one that I recall. No, Lady Sylvanas was the second last one. The Troll was the last one that I recall. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, the one that I'm thinking about for the Taurens, that was because his father was the leader and ended up getting killed or something like that. So his son took over or something. Again, I'm a little foggy on some of the information. I used to like a lot of the lore and a lot of the stuff that followed, but I also didn't like it when they blew up main monuments of the game and stuff like that. Yeah, I just can't remember who was it that killed him? Because I don't think he just up and died. He went into a fight against somebody, and I think that might have been when Sylvanas started to turn into the Hellscream killed him. So Thrall, Troll, Hellscream, because I think Hellscream became the leader after he killed the Troll, didn't he? No. He was the leader, then turned or became evil, and then killed the Troll. Fuck if I remember. Yeah, and some of it's a little backwards, and at the same time, a lot of it is a long fucking time ago. So I'm gonna clean up that little bit that's down in the bottom of the pit, and then I'm gonna move the truck up top next to the other shovel and try and get rid of that wall there. And if you wanted to start staging a truck up by the shovel there, unless you're hopping in the roller to run around with that, if you're doing that, by all means, keep doing the roller thing, because all of it needs to be done either way. But I think that roller is probably just as important at this point. In a Discord channel. How's it going?
Oh, it's going.
So I'm pretty much just gonna clean up this last little bit that I got down here, and then start digging up top.
Okay.
It didn't work how I wanted it to. What, you don't like the idea of beating the dirt into submission? Like I said, he just took it way too literal when he said, take that shovel and go over there and smack that with it. Or go smack that dirt over there with the shovel. Usually when somebody says that, it's, or go hit that with the shovel. That was the term. Let's go hit that with the shovel. He took it way too literal. And he made it to the point where the guy is swinging it like it was a fucking sledgehammer. Not a shovel. Blow that up. Wait for the fog to go away. I just have a feeling that the only time that fog goes away is when it becomes fucking nighttime. Like the ability to see. I really wish that that fog would go away. more scoops, and then I should be... should be done here then. There's a whole lot of material gone. And a bunch more material gone. That truck could definitely be full right now if I didn't lose all that material. Magically. Because it's not like the bucket was tilted to a point where it's pouring out. It just... that in there. And go hop in the shovel and start more digging. see how good this can do now. Yeah, I'd like to see someone just jump into the truck. Yeah. It would be very hard to drive with 2 broken fucking legs. It's like this game doesn't have fall damage or anything like that. So you can literally jump off of anywhere and land anywhere and then nothing happens to you. Yeah, but at the same time, Minecraft has a health bar. This game does not. Minecraft also has enemies. So I'm pretty sure that truck is full already. Yep. stage this truck and have another truck up and ready to go next. Actually, I'll probably take the glow stick up. I'll stage this, I'll dump the glow stick and bring it back. I think that's what I'm nicknaming your truck there, Ice. It's called the glow stick. The wife's truck, the purple one, she's nicknamed that Dino. Yours is glow stick. Minecraft is also very boring. It definitely is if all you're doing is just mining and building, like mining and building basic structures. If you play the game the way, like getting the bosses, defeating the bosses, getting to the nether, getting to Outworld, all of that stuff, or wherever the dragon is, those areas, getting all that stuff. They've implemented a lot more into that game now too that I haven't even followed 90% of, but there's a lot of like underwater stuff that you can do now, and it got a lot better than when I first started playing that game. Because when I first started playing that game, it was basic. It was as basic as you can get. If you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up button, like the stream, it helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps, every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below saying you're interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove you're not a troll. Then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more, the merrier. It's time for me to get a piece of gum before I chew my own fucking tongue off. And next time, try not to throw it directly at my fucking teeth. I'm always incompetent, but I can still drive vehicles. Well, when you get the game, I'm pretty sure you can get the hang of either the regular excavator or even that that cable shovel, the one over there that's basically right above the lump of dirt in the back of the truck. One of those shovels. I still can't get a grasp on the clamshell bucket excavator. I still can't get a grasp on that one, so. And that's the one that's the farthest one in the back right there. So the one that's got the really thick arm on it, and because that bucket does this, and then after it's done scooping and you go over the shovel, it opens the bottom up. So that part that the teeth are lined up here, once you scoop, it does this, opens up, dumps it out, and then does this, and then it scoops up that way again. Not like the other excavator where it digs like this. That one over there digs like this. That one little change, and the fact that you have to hold a different button in order to open the bucket, it just confuses the living shit out of me. If the paver held material that wasn't just pavement, because actually I'll take a drive up there to show you. The main reason that I'm not doing pavement on this map is because it does not look good. Let's see if this truck can even actually make it up that hill. So this is the reason I don't do pavement. Comes out so choppy and jagged and ugly looking. It's the reason I'm not doing the pavement. If it lined off like this every time, I would do pavement. Like, have a straight line that goes there, right on up to that point, and then a straight line that goes that way, and that's it. Not like it doesn't matter how I try and flatten it out either. It does not do it. It looks like a drunk quilt. Like, if it was able to do a straight line, like, see, couldn't even. It started to look like it was going to be good, and then it's like, nah, fuck that. Same thing here. Like, but yeah, that's the reason that I'm not doing pavement. If I could put tailings in the so this stuff, If I could put that in the paver and place it down, then I would do this. Because I would rather the look of this uneven than the look of pavement uneven. At least this resembles a gravel road, and a gravel road, I mean, it's not very often you're going to have a gravel road that looks perfectly straight either. But I would rather this look over the jagged looking pavement. I'd rather jagged looking gravel or tailings than I would and I also need to figure out something for like a way to come down from the city. On YouTube, I have all of the, basically all of my streams, live streams have been episode numbered. So if you wanted to go back and just take a quick glimpse at what this place looked like before I basically tore it apart. Like the original pit. What I've done with the original pit. There is absolutely nothing left of the original pit now. Alright. Well, I'm also noticing that my mic is picking up every time I chew this gum, so I'm probably not going to be doing that for much longer. Because I'm sure if anybody's like me, if you can't stand listening to somebody fucking chew. Continue digging. We should. This truck is pretty much full. Yeah, just gonna back up. Would you mind grabbing the fuel truck and bringing it over here to the shovel?
Yeah, I'll grab it.
Thank you. That truck's full. Yep, that's full. Yeah. So the reason that I'm doing what I'm doing this time around instead of just continuing on in the straight line, I want to try and line up myself straight with this wall. So if I got to take out a little chunk here and then move and then try and line it up that way, it'll make it a little easier. Instead of coming in all cockeyed. Full fuel, man, I'm so tired. Yeah. You and me both are tired of snow. We got a lot of it this year here. Still find it funny that the city that I'm in, this year of snow removal, they were like, oh, we got record amount of snow, so we're all falling behind and everything that, and they make it sound like we've never had fucking snow. It's like, well, one, we're in Canada. Two, we're in the most northern part of Alberta. It snows here. And they make it act like, and they're acting like it fucking, like it's the first time it's ever snowed and caught them by surprise. It's like, you guys need to figure it the fuck out. Closest thing I'd be able to do is go to Vancouver. They get snow there too, but they're nowhere fucking near what we get here. Like the amount of snow that we get here, they would call that a fucking blizzard or a natural disaster in comparison. The equivalent of when Texas got their fucking the snowmageddon. A regular snowstorm here is when what they would get their what they called snowmageddon. Vancouver is the Hollywood of Canada. It's basically the way to put it. All the celebrities go there because the weather and everything else is nice. Like, yeah, you get cold, but it's nothing. Like it's barely cold. Light jacket, sweater kind of weather is the coldest you pretty much get. Meanwhile, here it's cold. Like, freeze your bones. Radio tells you not to go out for a jog because your lungs can freeze up on you. Cold. Now Alaska is cold. Although I am corner attached to Alaska. Like the province that I'm in is corner attached to Alaska. Auto saving. Well, if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up, like the channel, it helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. And if you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below that you're interested, and I will do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove that you are not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. Am probably gonna want to move that truck over a bit. Maybe not. Yeah, no, good. Keep that going. I just need to get this chunk that my my right track is sitting on basically needs to be gone. And once it's lined up with where my left track is, then I can go right from that wall all the way to where it starts to bend, where that little patch of grass is. And then after that I can move the shovel over just above the where the cab is now, the GPS, that little lump that's sticking out that way. I can move the shovel there. Okay, I'm pretty sure that truck is full. Can I reach this truck? No.
think there's still a chunk of soil in front of the front wheel.
There we go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. See if I can't kind of get this to line up. I think it's gonna look too bad. Dig it and they will come, yep. How's it going, Nad? Long time no talk. this truck, pull it ahead. Grab that loader and scoop up what I can there just so I can cleanly get a truck to park up closer to the wall.
I put a truck down below.
Okay.
I just figured having a truck down below would make it easier for cleaning and moving around.
Yeah, it does. I just needed to move the green truck out of my way to be able to clean it. What happens if you fall down and go boom? The machine itself, if the bucket hits the ground, it'll automatically start to dig, no matter if the machine is upside down, on its side, or right side. So if I was to fall down here and fall down over there, if it went down on its side and I was to try and turn, that bucket would just gouge out a big chunk out of the ground there. The machines don't necessarily like break, but there is a way that I could turn things over manually. Like if a haul truck, let's say, fell on its side, I could come in with this loader and I could go and basically give it a poke and it will right itself up. Or I can use one of the excavator or shovel or something and do the same thing. And if that doesn't work, then you've seen the ability that I've been able to use the radio to basically pick it up, makes it look like it comes in a sea can, and then just put it where I want to. It has almost happened a couple times with that shovel in the last couple streams that I've had, because of, I don't know why, but if it's not on an even surface, if it's sitting on an angle in some way, it's slowly creeping itself down that hill. So if I was sitting right here and this was on an angle like this, I could go and do something down there for a couple hours and then come back and notice that the shovel has gone from up here to down here. So stuff eventually just moves. It's almost like everything here is a constant earthquake. It's stupid, but it is what it is. Again, I don't know game development enough to be able to say if it was easy or a hard fix to take care of that kind of stuff, but There's Kyle. Gonna join here in a second now, and then I just gotta wait for the indestructible dirt to go away, and then we can really get this going. Unless Kyle's gonna go operate the bagger, and then I'm not interrupting him to do that. He can go right ahead and do the bagger work, because that's something I definitely do not want to do. And if there's somebody that's going to
Hey, Kyle.
volunteer,
How's it going today?
Not too bad.
so what's your plan for the day?
I just keep gnawing away at that cliff.
Okay. Store, building, polished concrete. Let's do 300. Fuck. Oh, I took out too much. Took video games development. So you've got a really good idea on how easy / difficult it might be. Yeah, I'm thinking the way that I managed to dig, I dug a little bit too deep on this one. So the best bet is to probably just smack it with the shovel.
Okay.
Like I'll get the big chunks that are in the way here, like the what's up against this wall and that kind of stuff, but I won't be able to smooth out the ground like I have previously. Problem is, fixing one thing usually breaks something else. Yeah, you don't say. Learned that one the hard way with the game Ark Survival Evolved, and then even worse with Ark Survival Ascended. We used to make fun of the devs for that. It's like, oh, there's a problem here, and then all of a sudden, oh, patches coming in. Like, alright, how many other things did they fuck up? Fix one problem, cause 76 others. And they did that a lot. That was almost guaranteed on how frequent they did that. We used to say it was a lot of the code, like when you code a game. Now I don't know coding, so I could be pulling this completely out of my ass, but in the code when you put like type in something, you forget a number or you forget one fucking bit of punctuation in the code and it fucks everything up. So they forget to put that dot in there and all of a sudden the game is completely broken. I think I got a good chunk. Oh, didn't I do that? Yes, I realize he's right there with the roller, but I seen it, I might as well fix it. I also did the mess, so I might as well clean it up. Yeah, I think that should be smooth enough to where I can get a truck next to it now. Oh, yeah, that was pucker factor happened that time. Holy crap. I'll park that there. Should be good there. I just put a whole bunch of those shiny blocks for the retaining wall there on this truck. If you wanted to grab them and fill in the spot that's there.
Gotcha. And of course, it's not giving me the inventory for the truck.
Not that shit again. We're auto-saving anyway, so let me try and figure it out.
Isn't it where I have to go back out and come back in?
I don't know. I'll hop in the roller and see if it'll work that way.
Okay. No inventory.
Yeah, you probably gotta come out and come back in. Actually, I'll just leave it on the inventory of the roller. Okay. Developers rush out hot fixes to make everyone happy with testing what they broke in the process. Oh, without testing what they broke in the process. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I mean, the statement makes sense. The reason, or what we're talking about, doesn't. Like, when you're gonna fix something, you should test and make sure that it's good before you roll it out. But no.
Be right back. Gonna grab a soda.
Okay. Gotta wait for the terraforming to go away. The indestructible dirt. There, that's done. Back to digging. Oh, can I reach? How high can this thing go? That makes no sense. There's dirt in the bucket. Somehow. And then it falls. Okay. It's weird. Alright. good chunk of this taken out now.
It's still not giving me up.
Want to check the inventory of the truck again now? Just see if you can check it.
No inventory. Mine, but not the vehicle.
Try the loader.
Ah, there it is. There's the inventory.
Okay, now here, let's try and fuck it up now. Yeah, hop out for a second, and then I'll put these bricks on it and see if you can get to it then. All right. Let me guess, it fucked up.
There ain't no inventory. I wonder if I need to go all the way out and restart the game.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now I got the inventory for the roller. I don't know.
I don't know if it has something to do with the fact that I put something on the inventory of it. You know what? Better yet, you're able to purchase them. I'm gonna fill in what I can here, but just buy your own.
Okay, are they the chamfered ones?
Yes. The polished, I think it's polished concrete chamfer. Yeah, I think it has something to do with the fact that I put something in the inventory of it. Maybe?
I don't know. Because when I got in the loader, it had a full set of
All
replacements.
the parts.
in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand that at all. You ever see a game without bugs. Yeah, no fucking kidding. If I ever see a game without bugs, I would actually be looking for God. Asking him if he wants to have a conversation. Because I'm clearly dead. Alright, that truck is full. Take that one away and I'll back up the red. Now I think I'm gonna do this one a little differently. I'm gonna back it in this way while still, so that when I do back up a little bit more, I'll be able to get that lump that's on this little bit here that's hanging out. Get that in the back of here while also getting what I'm gonna dig out there in the back of here. But yeah, it's not a matter of the games having bugs, it's a matter of how fast the game developers fix said bugs, look into said bugs, and get back to you in regards to what they're planning on doing about them. When you get companies like Arc or Wildcard is the developers of that game, you get those guys, they find a bug, 9 times out of 10 don't give a shit about the bug. If it doesn't interrupt PvP, then they don't care. GTA, same thing. If it doesn't interrupt their ability to purchase shark cards, and actually, if anything, if it encourages you to purchase shark cards, they will avoid fixing said bug that much more. But in regards to this game, they have so many game testers out there right now that are... They have the ability to play this game on beta or the regular part of the game. So anything that's new is automatically implemented into the game, and if something goes wrong, the people that are playing have a chance to immediately report the bug. And a lot of the game testers, some of the game testers have the ability to help out with fixing the bugs and things like that, but they also have the ability to tell them real quick on what's going on and why it's going on, kind of thing. With this game, anyway. GTA 6 is gonna be awesome. Yeah, and we're both gonna be probably walking around with a fucking cane by the time it comes out. I know they got a release date and all that kind of shit, but they've had a release date for that game since it was 2 fucking consoles ago. They're not gonna get rid of their fucking their cow. Fuck, they've milked, like, with the amount of money that they have made and spent into the game, I would say is probably billions at this point. More than just millions, it's probably billions at this point. The amount of money that they've made through across 3 fucking console platforms. They started off on the PS3. They went 4, they're in 5, or Xbox 360, Xbox One, and Xbox One X, I think is what it is. Like they've, yeah, it's, like I said, the game itself is, it's one of those I'll believe it when I see it moments. Let's just hope they don't flop as bad as they did when they came out with GTA 5. Because that was one fucking hell of a flop. They first came out with the with multiplayer on GTA 5. Couldn't even access the map. Couldn't access the game, and nobody can access the game. Not just somebody. Some people had found this bug. It was unaccessible. It's like they had a midnight release and everything else. Everybody was trying to join, and it just didn't happen. Giant shit show. Like everybody was trying to figure out why they, it's like if their internet was going down or if things like that, and we were in Xbox chat at the time, and everybody's like, well, I'm trying to get into the game. Yeah, so am I, and it gets to this certain point, and then all of a sudden it kicks me out, or it black screens, or the infinite loading screen, and shit like that, and it just kept happening over and over and over and over again. I think they said GTA 6 is releasing in November. Okay. Like I said, I'll believe that when I see it. Alright, let me... The truck is full. Still got a good chunk of this left. I think I'm just gonna park that right back in where that one's gonna come out. I mean, don't get me wrong, I will most likely get the game. I will be extremely skeptical about said game. Because they're saying how it's supposed to be much better and everything else, and I'm pretty sure they're probably gonna have another fucking pay to win setup for that too. It'll probably still be shark cards. They want to see if they can milk everybody out of their hard-earned actual real money as fast as they can. And I'm sure that game is not going to be cheap when it comes out. It's probably going to be a fucking, in Canadian currency, probably going to come up to like $80 a fucking, for the game. For the base game. not the, because I'm sure they're probably gonna have like, buy the base game for 80, buy the upgraded, what comes with this thing, this extra bell whistle fucking thing, and then purchase this other one that comes with all of those bells and whistles plus an extra fucking like $1 million or something in game currency, and come with a free hotel or something fucking stupid like. I've been playing GTA since it first came out, and I mean Grand Theft Auto, and then Grand Theft Auto 2, so the straight down view, and then Grand Theft Auto 3 when it came out for, I think it was PlayStation, I want to say. If it wasn't PlayStation, it was PS2. And then every game after. The only one I have not played, or ones I have not played, were the ones that came out on like the PSP, I think it was. So I think it was something about Gay Tony, I think was the Grand Theft Auto Stories of Gay Tony or something like that. I can't remember what it was called. But I think that's one of the only ones. I think there was another game that they also had out on the PSP that was a Grand Theft Auto game that I never played. And the only reason I never played it is, one, I couldn't afford it at the time, and I didn't have a PSP at that time. I ended up getting a PSP after. I got the God of War version of it, which I still have. Still have the God of War game there, and then I have Final Fantasy, I want to say, I don't think it's Tactics, but it's, yeah, me too, including the London version of GTA 2. I never got that. The Grand Theft Auto, and then the basic Grand Theft Auto 2, the next one that came out. It was basically the same fucking game almost. Again, I was playing it, I was still in fucking, I think, high school, if not junior high school at the time. So it wasn't exactly one of those games that I was really following the storyline and remembering any of that about it either. It was just literally the ability to steal a vehicle and drive and try your hardest not to smack into a wall that would suddenly pop up, because at that time that happened. Especially when it's a straight down view, you don't really see anything ahead. You have to kind of remember. And again, this was a friend of mine's game, so I didn't know the map or any of that. I don't think he had the map for it. This was a Blockbuster rental at the time, I think, when, yes, I'm fucking aging myself. Okay. I'm 38, so. So we kind of, we both have the idea. Alright, let's see if I'm gonna be able to turn this fucker around without flying off the cliff. I have a feeling that is not going to happen. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. That was sketchy. That was extremely sketchy. Okay. I thought you said you started playing Wrath of the Lich King. Has it really been that fucking long? Oh, that was a quick message that I didn't even get a chance to see what the hell was before it got deleted. Uh, that just clicked to show me. Oh, okay, it's that one. Right on. Good job. Um, so you did say you started playing Wrath of the Lich King. Then again, 2000. Holy fuck. I started playing in 2000 and I want to say 5. Yeah. If I started in 2005, that was 20 fucking years ago. Almost 21 years ago now. We're old, Ice. And I know there's older, but still. That truck's full. house saving. So if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up button, like the channel, it helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below that you're interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove that you are not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might be interested in this type of content. The more the merrier. Yeah, you want to leave that truck out here a little bit, because I gotta clean up in there. Roller needed to be parked in a different spot, so just wanted to move it. Just gave it a little love tap. Good thing there's no damaged equipment, like it doesn't physically bend things or anything like that, because a lot of this equipment looked like a crinkled up fucking pop can at this point. Or soda can, for those of you who are not in Canada. Actually, I should hold myself up a little better with this. Oh. One of the sensible states. Not all that sensible, though, because you guys still use Fahrenheit. Again, it's only because I was taught with it, that's all. If they taught me in Fahrenheit, then I would have learned with Fahrenheit, and I would have liked Fahrenheit, but they taught me it in Celsius, so I learned for Celsius. That's all. Yeah, I did, that is the one thing that I did know, and that's because we hit negative 40s here. And that's the only way that I can explain it to the Americans on how cold it is. We have hit negative 53 here at one time. Toque, jacket, boots, gloves, and furnaces in the house. Well, in my case, I live in an apartment building and we run off of hot water heaters. But in the summer, well, in the summer we get what we would call warm, you guys would probably just call comfortable. Still hot enough to get you heat stroke, but as we've hit plus, we've gotten it into the plus 35s Celsius again, but plus 35s here in the summer. And again, dry heat, same thing as the dry cold here. We don't get the humidity, we just get the fucking dry. After going to Ontario, you guys can keep that fucking humidity. Humidity is for the birds, and that's it. And I don't know. I do not like it. I'd rather deal with the dry heat, and that's it. But that temperature, or that weather, is also the reason that they get paid the big bucks up here to dig up the oil. Because this area would be technically considered inhospitable. my wife right now is getting paid $43 an hour to operate a haul truck. $35 is 95 in Fahrenheit. That's pretty hot. Yeah, that's what we get up here. That's usually around our warmest. So that just tells you the difference in weather that we get up here. We get negative 35, 40, up to like 40 or 53 with the wind chill and all that together. And then in the summer we go to 35, 40 is about the max that we get here in the summer. So we go from one drastic measure to another, really. So hit 100 here, normally 90 to 100. Blech. Yeah, fuck that humidity. That almost doubles the fucking temperature is what it does. It makes it just that much more horrible. No, like I said, the humidity, you keep it. We're dry here in the summer, and we're dry here in the winter. The only difference is in the winter we're windy, while in the summer we're not. Like, you could probably throw a leaf up in the air and it would literally come right back down where you fucking threw it up. That's how lack of wind we pretty much get up here in the summer. In the winter, it's like just gusts, and if you had a sailboat and it was actually, and the water wasn't frozen, you'd probably be fucking cruising. You'd have windburn on your face. But yeah, it's one drastic measure to another here. In the summer you can get heat stroke, and in the winter it's like almost instant frostbite when you step outside. And yes, I say almost because there's times that they tell you you have seconds, couple seconds, 30 seconds worth of like skin exposure before you risk the chance of. But no, I went when I went to Ontario. They've got the humidity down there, and like it was uncomfortably warm inside their place, my wife's family's place when we were there. And then as soon as you stepped outside, it was like literally felt like you just hopped out of the shower without drying off. Like fuck that. And you get that like sticky. No, I'm good. I'd rather the dry heat. something else too. I've been in this city for 28 years with the weather like it is, and there's people that are like, get climatized to it. You don't get climatized to this. It doesn't happen. When you go from, like, the weather changes so fast. Well, you get over 6 months worth of fucking winter here too. So I mean, it's not like pretty much the weather is winter, still winter, almost not winter, summer. Yep, me too. I basically have what's called cabin fever at this point. It's not like there's anything in this city that we can do. I didn't even get that close to you to be able to bump you like that. I don't understand that one.
Well, I think I'm having some desync or something, because your wheels aren't moving and your bucket is not going up and down on my screen. But in the little picture-in-picture, I can see everything moving and doing everything for yourself.
Yeah, you're definitely having a desync issue then. I mean, you're operating the roller just fine on my screen, but... Ready for hopping in my car with the windows down and having fun again. Yeah. I'm ready for going fishing. Real fishing, not ice fishing, which, as far as I'm concerned, ice fishing is just another excuse to go out and get fucking drunk. Sit around a little ice hole fucking and drink beer. It's pretty much all ice fishing is to me. I don't like it. It's boring. I have a boat that I still need to fucking get fixed, that I still haven't figured out, and I've owned the damn thing for over 4 years now and still haven't been able to figure out what the fuck is going on with it. And this summer I'm hoping I'm gonna hit it with some go-go juice, also known as ether, and hopefully not blow the fucking motor up and get it running. Because I got a feeling that's all it really needs is a little encouragement, and then once it gets that encouragement, it should run. I've cleaned the carbs out on it so many fucking times now that they should be spotless forever. I've even gone as far as buying pre-mixed gas instead of mixing it myself, just in case that might be the reason that's fucking it up. How do you keep your cars warm? Block heaters. Block heater, and you plug them in. And that's even the same thing with that new electric bullshit that they're coming out with. It's also still plugged in. Well, actually, like Teslas and stuff like that, I guess they're just plugged in anyway. I don't own a Tesla, and I never will. I will try my hardest to keep my gas vehicle for as long as fucking possible. They can't even figure out how to get hybrids to fucking function properly in this weather. I'd like to know how the fuck the morons running the country are gonna get the electric vehicle mandate bullshit to work. Climate is too cold here for that to even be a remote fucking idea.
I heard their windshield wiper transmission's pretty good though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I managed to get that fixed after. Not by them, I had to do it myself, but I did get it fixed.
Too soon?
I think the greatest invention is automatic windshield wipers.
Yeah, that's too soon, prick. Because the engineer that came up with that idea needs to smack up the side of the head with a brick.
I think he
And-
was Canadian.
No. I mean, he was probably from fucking LA or California
Too much maple
somewhere.
syrup.
No, the
probably.
maple syrup is what would have got him to actually think about it properly. But no, he was probably from California.
Nah, probably from Canada.
Canada. Trump removed the EV mandate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Canada.
There's a lot of stuff that he's got fucking sensible. Like, he basically made it to the point where he's gonna make everything. He's gonna make the electric vehicles because he's got Elon over there with Tesla, and then he's gonna make the gas powered. You're gonna make the hybrid. He'll make it all, but he'll give you the option to fucking buy what you want to buy, which is the way it should be. Instead of looking at everybody and saying, you have to do this. That's the thing that I disagree with the most. But the dipshit up here is also the flat-out moron that's saying, oh, leave the oil in the ground, and... Yeah. He's an idiot. We have a moron, and yes, you guys have a bully. But, again, I would rather have a bully that loves the country way more than I'd rather a fucking moron that wants to ruin the country that he lives in. My Lexus RCF has automatic. Yeah. Yeah, but you also don't have. Well, you got the snow down there, so I guess you do have the risk of it freezing to the window. That's what they're talking about there, Ice. I have a 2024 Hyundai Tucson, and it has the auto wiping system or auto sensing system and auto wipers, so if I happen to leave it alone, it just does it. And the problem that I ended up having was I went out for a drive in cold weather, and the wiper decided all of a sudden it was working fine when I got in the vehicle, went out for the drive, and then all of a sudden it sensed a little bit of snow, But in the process of it doing that, it froze to the fucking window. So what happened, instead of the wipers doing this, it went like this. And then this one started to fucking do whatever the hell it wanted to. In all honesty, Ice, no. I would not approve the Canada being part of the States. Your guys' healthcare absolutely fucking blows. I am not going to say Canada's healthcare is free by any means of the word. But I can still go to the hospital right now and get my feelings checked and not leave with a fucking mortgage payment of a bill, regardless of my benefits or anything like that. If I was to go to the States in order to do any kind of medical things, like in my case, in your case right now, man, you must be absolutely fucked right now when it comes to bills, unless you've got a really good medical benefit wherever it is that you're working or worked or whatever of that state. Because in my case, if I'm not mistaken, I did do a little bit of research. The surgery that I've had on my neck would have cost me almost 200 grand if I was in the fucking States. You know how much it cost me? Like, how much out of my pocket it cost me? None. Now, don't get me wrong. Every single paycheck that I had, I paid into it. But I would rather have that set up and that system to where I could go in and get something like that fixed and figured out and done without me having to worry about going and getting a fucking, like, having to go pull out a loan in order to pay my medical bills, because that's just absolutely fucking moronic. And in the same argument too, if you don't have medical benefits, you have to essentially save up. So again, like my father would be another good example. He just finished coming out of a quadruple bypass surgery a while ago. My mother just had she fell down, had a hip replacement, and had the same fucking surgery I've got done as well. Like, if we had to pay for the medical like you guys have to pay down in the States, all of us would have had to declare fucking bankruptcy once or if not twice by now. All because of the fact that somebody can't pull their head out of their fucking ass and say, hey, actually one YouTuber that I watch actually states it pretty well. We have healthcare, you guys have unhealthcare. And that unhealthcare is the military system that you guys put all of your money into, while we put some money into healthcare and we put some money into our military. Now, obviously, we're not putting enough into the military like we should. I agree with that statement with him as well. But, no, fuck that. I'm on Medicare with disability, so my insurance covers most. There you go. There's your emphasis on that fucking word. Most of that. Yeah, this game is extremely addicting. But I'm on the save, so if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer, or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up and like the stream. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you're wanting to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments that you are interested, and I will do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove that you are not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. I got this game a week ago. Okay. So have you gone through the tutorial part of it yet? Because there's a little tutorial thing that kind of gets you the basics of the game, at least, like the drive forward turning and how the plant works and all that. Yeah, you got through that part. All right.
Ah, you ought to come on in and join us.
If you want to. If you want to hit down that edge that I kind of got left there, I really don't want to take out the entire flat area that I'm currently driving on to level that off. I just want to get it close to where that shovel's going to be operating.
Roger that.
But yeah, Ice, when it comes to like so medical up here, if I was to go to a physiotherapist, that would either need to be covered by my medical benefits, or I would end up having to pay for that. If I go to a dentist, that has to be covered by medical benefits, or I end up paying for that. If I go to my family doctor, that's covered by Canada Medical. If I go to the hospital for anything, that's covered by Canada Medical. The only thing that wouldn't be covered if I went, let's say, to the hospital and I broke my foot and they gave me one of those air casts, I would end up having to pay for the cast. If I broke my collarbone or my shoulder or something like that and they gave me like a fancy splint, then, or a sling would be the best way to put it, I would end up paying for that part. But I don't come out with a doctor bill in any way at all. So again, that's the part that if they were able to figure it out to the point where we could join their, I guess, what is it, the show, I think it was called New Amsterdam, I think was it's public healthcare? I think that's the term. The only problem is down there, when you find public healthcare areas, they're usually swamped, and again, a lot of times it's mostly people that are just down there looking for a quick fix. And when I say quick fix, I don't mean like I broke my leg, I want you to hurry up and quickly fix it. I mean like I want my drugs that previous doctor stopped letting me take because I got addicted to it, kind of quick fix. But yeah, when it comes to, if they could figure it out to the point where we could keep that part, I mean, I'm all for a lot of the other things that are going on there. But the province that I'm in is also one of the ones that we're talking about separation from Canada anyway, and the thing that they're trying to do is they're trying to keep what Canada, like the good things about what Canada is, and it's the main reason that the arguments come up is because of the fact that we're the province that digs up the oil, and the moron running the country is basically all for trying to leave it in the ground. So it's kind of the equivalent of if you owned let's say you owned a convenience store, and every customer that walked in your fucking store, you looked at them and said, you're a fucking idiot. That's what the moron running the country is doing. He's basically taking the one source of income that Canada has, like the main source of income that Canada has right now, and saying, we don't need it. And the dipshit that was running the country before the dipshit that's running it now was the same way. The only thing is, him and the group that he was with were trying their hardest to fucking... They were trying to kibosh the whole dig up the oil thing. Every single thing that he was trying to implement was as he would state it, as like environmentally friendly, even though it wasn't. It was literally just piss on Alberta, fuck Alberta, and everything that it stands for, and who cares? That was his attitude. So yeah, if they could figure it out. Doctors don't prescribe painkillers to us anymore. It's bullshit. And how do you get painkillers, essentially? I mean, they still get them, or have them, hand them out. It just, I guess you probably got to jump through so many fucking hoops, it's almost probably not even worth it anymore at this point. Because that's kind of the same way with me. The only difference is I literally look at my doctor and say, I don't want something that I'm going to be fucking addicted to. Even though technically I probably should be on something that they would probably have me addicted to. But all I'm on right now is gabapentin, which is essentially a nerve painkiller. And that's pretty much it when it comes to what's wrong with my neck and my back and all of that kind of stuff. Besides that, I have celecoxib is another one, which is just a painkiller, which doesn't do fuck all for me. So I barely take it. It doesn't even take an edge off of the pain that I have. Alright. And, yeah. Alright, I think I'm going to start backing trucks in. And then I'm going to dig from there to here. And then I'm probably going to try and get rid of this knuckle that I'm standing on here that's sticking out. It's already looking way better than it was before, though. Been in Canada my whole life. I could say I have hate-love relationship with the country, and I'm glad, because being paralyzed for 10 years, I'm glad my parents helped pay for my chair. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one thing that I hate. It's like, doctor, free. Not really, but you know what I mean. You don't go in and you don't get a bill. Extras, cast, sling, accessory of some sort, crutches, in your case, wheelchair, pay for. But if you go into the doctor itself to get something, or IVs, things like that, you don't come out with a bill on those. The consumables are all, again, big air quotes, free. And I've been here my whole life too. I'm originally from Newfoundland. living in Alberta, the rest. But yeah, it's a giant shit show lately, and the sad thing is, if you take 3.5 fucking seconds and think about it, if the government took 3.5 seconds to think about it, they'd realize how bad they're fucking everybody over, and you'd think that they would try and avoid something like that, but nope. Took oxycodone for years after my brain surgeries and never got addicted to them. Yeah, but not everybody can do. Not everybody works like that, though. Just because you take them and don't get addicted to them, kind of like holy fuck. 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. My daily concoction was T3s, anti-inflammatories, and muscle relaxers, and I would wake up and take them and go to work. Hence the reason that I used to also drink 8 wide mouth monsters a day, energy drink monsters a day. Surprised I never had a fucking heart attack, but I never got addicted to the meds because they just worked. That's all I needed them for. If I have a medication that works, then I would take them the way they're prescribed. But again, not everybody works the way we do, where you take it the way it's supposed to be taken and that's it. Other people are, well, that felt good. If I take more, it'll feel better. And then, yeah, and then shit happens. Some people just don't have an addictive personality, some people have an extremely addictive personality, and some people just are almost neutral ground where they could start taking something a lot and then just up and quit and not have a problem. The doctor gave me morphine for 9 years, and I'm 1 year off them because I had no social life while on them. You mean you were basically just, lack of a better word, vegetabled? Because of the meds, you just kind of never wanted to do anything? Yeah. They had me on fentanyl during my brain surgeries in the hospital. That shit was insane. Yeah, I was given... Actually, I was given, no, it wasn't morphine, but it was,
I'm gonna have to jump off in a minute. I'm waiting on a phone call.
Okay.
Gotcha.
It's, hydromorphone, I think is... It's like a nicer version of morphine, apparently, what they were saying. And when I was on that, that was nice. I have taken Oxy, and I don't know, it wasn't exactly a like the best feeling experience. I think I just felt numb. Like everything just felt heavy, I guess would be the best way that I could put it. So it's not, again, it's not one of those things where I could sit down and say, oh, absolutely, I'd love to have a whole bunch of those. Like, no, not really. Actually, I need to make a phone call here in a minute too, and say, think about it. Thanks for reminding me on that. actually do that right now. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm back. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Alright, so let's move this down. There. The truck forward if it's not full. There. Couple scoops and then I think this truck is going to be full anyway, but and I think that's loaded.
Oh, is that one full?
Yep.
Give me a second. I'll be right over there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna park the next one up here. Shovel sounds like it's moving away on its own. And scoop. There we go. We're off again. chunk of this removed here, and then I mean, I might even just continue on all the way down to the end, and then come in with the loader after and clean up the remaining that's here. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get the shovel in that wall any much farther anyway, so I'm gonna probably end up just, once I get this dug. So what I mean is, like, once I go from where I am now all the way basically to where the concrete blocks are, once I get all of that dug out, then I'm gonna go back down there and dig so that where the white truck and the loader and the other one are down there, once I get, like, I'll get that level all the way across to where I am. And then once I do that, then I'll torture myself in a bagger. And that fucking bucket wheel contraption over there. But, save screen. So, if you're new to the screen, new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. It removes ads, by the way. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to click that like button, helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more on whatever platform you're watching me on, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below that you are interested, and I will do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove that you are not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. And I ask as well, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. If there's something that you're liking about the stream, don't hesitate to put that in the comments below. And if there's something you're not liking about the stream, don't hesitate to put that in the comments as well. If I don't know it's broken, I can't fix it. There is some things that are completely out of my control, and it is what it is with that. But if I can fix it, I will try and fix it. And yes, I emphasize on the if I can, I will try, because you are talking to a streamer that is damn near computer illiterate. So if I can try and Google it to figure out what it is, or if there's somebody else in the chat that might know something about it. Like earlier there, I had to adjust my mic settings and didn't realize that there was something that I didn't have set right. Apparently everybody was saying I was really quiet, and now, according to my mic setting, I'm not as quiet. Not computer illiterate. I mean, let's just put it this way. If it wasn't for a buddy of mine that I played WoW with, one of Fook's friends there, Ice. I don't know if you remember Lieutenant Dan. But if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have a fucking clue how the PC was supposed to be put together, which is a custom built PC. I put it together. but I had a guy that I knew down in Oklahoma. So I'm in Alberta, he's in Oklahoma. I had my laptop with the fucking camera going, and him basically telling me over, at that time, Ventrilo, what I needed to plug in, where I needed to plug it in, and all that kind of stuff. Now, at that time, again, I have switched out several parts since. But, yeah. So if it wasn't for that, PC wouldn't be built. And then trying to set this up, holy fuck, if it wasn't for Google, I don't think I'd have half of my stream set up. Actually, if you could probably park that almost, oh, okay.
Whoa!
You gotta bring that back to me, and then try and park it almost touching the truck that's in front of you. Because I'm gonna end up having to back up a little bit here soon, and I'll still be able to load it then. I'm wondering if that desync thing that's going on with you might be causing this stuff, because every time you get in one of these trucks, it bounces you hard. Like, that truck immediately does a bunny hop, and I haven't seen that happen with me before. Even though your ping is a sensible number, like, it's not sitting up in the hundreds or anything. It's only at 37 on my screen, so
I don't know. see, I taught myself when I got my first computer at 18. I broke shit to learn how to fix it. Yeah, I couldn't afford to break shit, though. Especially when it comes to computer parts. They're not cheap. Especially when the person that I got to coach me through how to put it together, he also kind of helped me figure out what parts I was going to need at that time. And I ordered it on a USA website, not realizing that there was a Canadian website that I would have got it a little bit cheaper. And it was Newegg is the company. It was Newegg.com was where he got me to order it, and technically I should have went Newegg.ca. That's where I got all my stuff to build my computer.
It was a bit more expensive when I ordered everything from the States to come to Canada instead of the stuff that was already in Canada to come to Canada. So I think I probably spent an extra $500 or $600 on parts. Now, this was a long time ago, back when I had fuck you money. And, yeah. Let's move this forward a bit more. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think I also bought my my current, because I had to upgrade my power supply, and there's a couple other parts I've upgraded. I know I've upgraded my graphics card, but I think that came from Amazon. And again, if you're on Twitch, all of my computer parts are in the description below. If you're on YouTube, I don't think I've updated it, and Kick, I think it might be on there. Again, the disadvantage of multi-streaming is, and doing it all on my own, is the trying to keep up to date on everything that needed to be updated. Like if I happen to get something new, I gotta go through 3 different platforms to write down everything that's there. But I don't think YouTube has a I don't think YouTube has the thing available. Twitch has the little tabs underneath, and I think Kick also has the tabs underneath. And that truck is full. I'll grab the truck that you just brought up. Okay. You are sending everything flying. Let me check something here. All right. We have a computer mall here called Micro Center. Oh, jeez. We have computer stores, like little stores. I think we got one. We do have Best Buy. Not that I would ever really want to buy anything from that place, because I'm sure they probably mark up the fucking price of everything tenfold. But we do have a couple other, like, regular people just making a computer store where they buy all their parts and stuff and then sell it. But like I've said before, in regards to the city that I live in, we have a lot of people would confirm the term when it's the Highway 63 tax. It's a 4.5 hour drive down a highway, or well, 3.5 hour drive down a highway before you get to the next city. And 4.5 before you get to the nearest big city, the one that usually stocks all of the stuff that would end up coming here. So in order for any companies up here to buy something, they're usually charged a little bit extra in order to get it here. And naturally, the way businesses work, if they have to pay extra, you are the one that pays the extra, not them. In the long run. Devist, thanks for the follow. I think that said Devist. I hope that said Devist. And I can't even... Hang on. Devast 8T. How's it going, Speedy? I am just digging a hole. And having a blast while doing it. Again, even just this. But then again, I'm also the kind of person, and I've been this way since I was a kid. If I ever seen any kind of heavy equipment operating, somebody in an excavator or a front end loader, or fuck if they were just putting concrete down, watching them use the concrete truck, I could sit there and watch them do that until the job was done. So, to do this is just, I have a blast. Which is why I have no problem doing this for hours. Is that full? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, if there's one thing that the excavator does, is make a fucking mess.
Oh yeah.
It's not like the cable bucket shovel there, where once you have it scooped up, there's very little chance that it's going to spill out over. This thing is like spilling out over all the time. A little more. Perfect. Bet M67 likes my truck too. M Ice wants to know if you like the neon glow stick of a truck.
Doesn't bother me one bit.
But yeah, we've got quite a collection of colorful trucks going on here anyway, so I mean, I must say that the one that you have made there, Ice, is definitely the most colorful. But there is other ones that they're close. Like I think I got one up there that's blue. Almost of the same kind. Can't quite remember. I do have quite the collection of trucks right now. A few of them were literally just one person decided that they wanted to hop on for a bit, and then I did what I said I would do. If you're gonna play on the map, I'll get a new haul truck, get you to paint it, and then the thing is they ended up playing for one day or a couple hours, and then they haven't been on since. And each one of these trucks is, I think it's 6 mil, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, I will be right back. I have a visitor coming on down here, so yeah, I'll be right back. I got a visitor coming down here.
Okay.
So give me, what, maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. Be right back. I'm back.
Oh, come back.
All right. Oh.
Basically in time for me to get off and go have a bite to eat and grab a shower.
All right. Well, thanks for the help.
Oh, no problem. I wish there was like some rhyme or reason to the bulldozer.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like you get something going and it seems good, and you're like, okay, this is working, this is working. And then, bloop, nope, not anymore.
The spot that you're currently at is solid stone. But I'm not going to say that that is the reason that all of it decided to mess up on you. But that particular
'cause
spot is.
At one point in time, I was like, it was
How's it going,
looking
Jaeger?
pretty good, and then all of a sudden, bloop.
Yeah, no, that's the reason that I don't use that. Again, if it worked the way it should work, then I'd be using the dozer and the grader probably way more than I'd be using anything else in this game when it comes to trying to clearing up roads and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's supposed to make everything smooth. And if I was to use the grader on, let's say, the ramp, for instance, that ramp would not be dipped and pitted like it is. And there's ways that you're able to use the grader or the dozer even to set a grade and then leave it the fuck alone. But the way this game works, it's like the way, like what you just did there, you shouldn't really be able to build a ramp up like what you're doing, when technically with a dozer it'd be a lot easier to build the ramp down. But to do that, you would have to carve in a little harder, and when you do that, the amount of material that you put in front of you it's insane and not realistic. But yeah, how's it going there, Jaeger? Getting there, man. I should be in bed. Early start. Do some errands tomorrow. Oh, go get some sleep. I mean, thanks for stopping by and all, but sleep is more important than watching me stream. But I can't sleep, and I'm playing at Village Creation. I like chilling here. Oh. I mean, if it helps you sleep, by all means. But, sleep is more important. find it. I am gonna wind up going over with this. Okay. Good. Did not go over. I still don't understand this thing half of the time, but... well, that's going to be playing on a teeter-totter. I can back this up here. Autosave. Autosave. Alright, well, if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer, or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up, like the stream, helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below that you're interested and I'll do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove that you are not a troll. And then I can do what I can to get you... As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and get you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this type of content. The more the merrier. I will get back to you digging.
Okay, I'm out of here.
Alright, have a good one. Thanks for the help.
Hey, no problem. I should be on tomorrow late in the afternoon.
Okay. I will most likely be on tomorrow at the same time as every other day.
Okay. Okay.
I've modded for popular streamers before, so it is nice not to have watched thousands of messages at a time. Well, I'm hoping eventually that it'll get to that point, but I'm not expecting that to happen right away either. Dump this truck. I mean, I only got a little bit more there. Like that chunk that I'm sitting on, I'm going to be removing that. And then once that's removed, then I'm pretty much down here again. Removing this to come up to that wall. And that was what I've been saying I'm going to be doing. I'm going to get rid of that part and then torture myself in the bucket wheel machine. Oh, here we go again with the... He's been done digging with that machine for quite some time now, and it's still not empty. Alright, let me go find out what the actual number is on the... This one? No. This one. this one. Yeah, 528,000%. And the only thing that I'm noticing, because of the way he's got the belt set up, is we're gonna have to either cover this up with the blocks or fill in that hole when we do just turn this into oh, if I had a bunch of people in here, it'd be nice. Have like a couple truck operators, a roller or dozer, and another shovel or loader operator. Clear out a lot of material then. Put that there. Nope, not what I wanted to do. No, still not what I wanted to do. Come on, game. Come on. There. Okay, so I'm facing this way. I'm actually gonna move this truck, which is what I was thinking about doing before. Yeah, it worked better that time. Okay, now let's see, can I reach this? Should be able to. Just barely. That didn't work out right. I mean, it worked out the way I wanted it to, but it didn't. It just didn't seem right. It seemed a little bit weird how that happened to work out. That's full. Move that. Felt like I thought I seen a little speck of that dirt that can stop everything in its tracks if it's left unattended. Because gravity in this game doesn't exist. try and get as much material out of this as I can. And the only reason that I don't do this all the time is because of the it cuts clean, like it looks cleaner if I did it like I've been doing it instead of this way. So you see how it looks like there's a solid, like a wall up there? When meanwhile, if I was to do this, it wouldn't look as clean. It wouldn't look as nice. I don't think I should have done it as much as that, though. Okay. Maybe I should come forward. And dig out the area behind me instead of almost falling off of that cliff. But that truck is almost pretty much full anyway, so I'm probably going to leave that be. There we go, that's a quick and easy way for me to get down to it. Yep, the truck is full. So I'll lay that one here, and I will load up the last one there, and then once this truck is full, then I will go empty all three of them. Okay, hopefully in the process of doing this, I do not dig myself off the cliff. off the cliff would be fun though. A lot of mess to clean up. Even if the bucket was empty, it would still be a lot of mess to clean up. I think my issue now that I keep on forgetting about is this thing does not turn the way a normal excavator would normally turn. So the fact that that actually worked out is... I'm not done yet. There we go. So the fact that that turned out as well as it did is actually amazing, because normally something like that would be catastrophic. Now, I think that truck is full too, so I got all three of them full, and should probably... How long am I on? I got 6.5, and I've just spent about a half hour of that talking to my neighbor. Ugh. These three trucks, I think I will stage one of them so I can get that loader in there and clean up. And actually, maybe I should get rid of that lump first. I think I'll get rid of that lump first. Oh, auto-saving again. Alright. I'll save you this spiel for now. Yeah. So I think I'm going. I'll stage this truck probably where the red and black truck is up top. I'll get rid of that last little knuckle that I almost fell off the cliff with. And then once I got that, once I have that knuckle taken out of there, I will use the loader and clean up what I can there. But I have the space to get through here. Yep, good. I'll actually just have this truck right here ready to take what's going to be cleaned up there, and I'll dump this truck next and restage it where it is, and then try and get rid of that lump that's there. Actually, I'll probably stage it on the other side. Because that knuckle that's sitting out there, so I get rid of that. Just see here. It looks like. So I get rid of that knuckle there, thing that's to the right of the excavator. Then I will probably want to just start digging where the shovel is back to where I am as good as I can get, and then take up where I left off over there and try and scoop out whatever of this little knuckle that's sitting up top here. See if I can't clean that up with the excavator. Hopefully I can get my heights good with it. And clean that up to the point where I can draw a straight line from where it is there all the way to this part of the ramp here. And then once I get all of that done, then where the purple truck is and the loader, so where the purple truck is, that level, I'm going to dig across to where this line is. Probably leave just enough width for the excavator to fit up against the wall. That's probably what I'm going to be doing. Get rid of them. Actually, here. Perfect example. I'll show you how this works. So that lump right there, that little tiny dot, that little one right in front of me. So LB and then the right button. See, it's pointing at that little dot. That little dot truck brings up solid on it. Like, some happy vehicles don't take damage, but this is, yeah, it's almost comical. It's funny in this case, but when you're trying to park a piece of equipment and you drive up to this, so yeah, right there, and then you're parked and you're going, I don't understand why nothing is working. Is because of that little speck of dirt right there. That there can stop any piece of equipment. So that includes that bagger, because that's happened up when I was, when we were actually, easier if I came up here. So when we were digging out this section, there was a lump of dirt just like that. And it was up in that region of the fucking bagger. So that's what was bringing up. And I was going forward, and all of a sudden the track started to do this, to the point where the machine, and I'm just trying to move it forward, and all of a sudden the machine just does this. And then I back up and I move and I come back and I move and I try and do it again, and it does the same fucking thing. It annoyed the hell out of me, to the point where I built basically a concrete block scaffold all the way around the bagger to see a lump of dirt that looked just like that little one there. So seeing what I just showed there is the reason that anytime I see one of these little lumps of dirt, it's the reason that I do that. Like, and those. Even if I can get it with the shovel later on, I'm gonna get it with the manual shovel first. Because the last thing I want to do is end up forgetting about it, missing it or something like that, and completely messing myself up. I mean, it's hysterical while at the same time so fucked up. Park there. Should be able to dig a good chunk of that and still get it in the box of this. Hopefully. But I'll go empty this truck first. And I think once I get that knuckle and either a good chunk of that cleaned up or all of that cleaned up, I think that's what I'm going to call it. I've been going for, well, 3.5 hours, and like I said, about a half hour of that, 15 minutes to a half hour of that is was when my neighbor showed up. But I mean, it's not like your equipment weighs a lot or has lots of horses on it upon it. No, of course not. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, that's not 40 plus tons worth of material in the back of the truck. And the truck weighs probably just as much. Actually, hang on. Oh, let's Google that. So if I Google tire weight of a Cat 797. So one Caterpillar 797 haul truck It's only 584,000 pounds. So 2,605,000 kilograms. And the operating weight when loaded is 1,375,000 pounds. Yeah, not light. And apparently, a lump of dirt that hovers in the air that's not even the size of a manual, like a fucking gardening shovel, like the little handheld gardening shovel, will stop a truck dead in its tracks. Yeah, exactly. Makes perfect sense, right? Again, I don't know game development, so I don't know how easy, hard it would be to fix that kind of a problem. Because essentially everything in this map that is like all the trees, all the dirt, all the mountain, everything that's here is all removable. So you're able to dig anywhere on this map. Like, technically, I should try and see if I can fly somewhere. Or just hop in a truck and go for a really long drive and see where I can go with it. But anywhere in this map that I can see anyway, I know... Actually, let me check. So, I have... Okay, never mind. I am not going to sit here on top of this really fucking noisy machine. Let's move forward. Okay. So I have gone up here. I took a run up here one long time ago. So everything in this region I'm able to dig. Holy crap. Oh boy. Okay. So, what I see is there's quite a bit more that I can do. There's a little bit of it's a little bit of a map, especially since this mine that I'm currently sitting in is merely a little speck on the map of... So that mountain, I could go over that mountain, or I could probably go through it. Maybe I'll go through it. Dig a trench. Use the tunneling machine and build all the way through it. Maybe we'll do that sometime. Sometime in the very far fucking future. Maybe even do it right there. Tunnel right on through there. Until I get to the other side of the mountain. Might end up doing that. Little do I know, I might end up actually doing that. But in order to get that tunnel big enough to fit this haul truck through, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's might be a 4x4 square worth of the tunneler. So in order for me to do it properly, I would have to dig 4 width-wise of the tunneler all the way through, then come down a tier, dig it again, then come down a tier and dig it again, and then come down another tier and dig it again in order to have enough room for this haul truck to cut through that mountain. So I don't know if that's going to be anytime soon. And I'm going to lay this truck here and give myself enough room. I'm going to dig this knuckle out and leave that truck there until it's full, and then I'm either going to use this truck in here, or if I get this knuckle out, which I probably won't, but if I get this knuckle out before that truck is full, then I'll leave that there and load up the cleanup around here in those trucks. Like I said, I'm probably gonna end up moving more of this material. Actually, let me clean up this first, if I can. Okay, maybe I will get rid of this entire knuckle before this truck is full. Oh, there was more material than that. Either that or there was definitely a lot more material than that, and this thing just deletes shit like it's no tomorrow. So I'm gonna leave that there for now. That truck is now essentially full. Yeah, I'll go dump this. Dump this, then I'll grab the loader and come back and clean up. Good chunk of what I got there moved. How many hours main? How many hours does my main bagger have? I'm gonna have to give you a combined number on that one. But so this bagger here did a good chunk. It's got almost, so it's 68.5 hours on this one. So 68 plus 68, so 98, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 104. 104 plus 60, so 164 hours worth of bagger work has been done on this map. And how exactly is this thing still running? Yeah. So 164 hours worth of bagger work. I don't know if that's exactly something to brag about. Operating that bagger is downright fucking boring. It's like I got you beat by 25 more hours, or I got you beat by not using it for 25 hours less. Because I would probably call it a win for not using it as much as somebody. That machine moves a lot of material. I will give it that. Besides that, it is fucking boring. And I did bring a truck halfway up a ramp and then decided to go run find that out. I noticed a commercial was going on there, so I figured I would wait to respond to that. It says your bagger for life. Like I said, the machine itself moves a lot of material. I will definitely give it that. If I need to move, like I will end up needing to move that portion of that mountain there, or wall on the left side of that shovel, I will need the bagger for that. But because of how downright boring, and the best way that me and a couple other streamers would state, the bagger is a stream killer. And when we state that, it's basically operating that bagger and streaming is like having people watch paint dry. They don't want to do that. So, yes, I will end up needing to use that bagger eventually again. But right now I am trying my hardest to do every other thing that I possibly can right now before I need to use that bagger. So where the purple truck is, down in the bottom of the pit, that's my lowest point. I want my lowest point to reach under where the current shovel is right now. So I'm digging out where the shovel is, getting rid of that shelf. Then I'm going to move that shovel down to where this loader is and bring the shelf that I call it the glow stick and the other haul truck. I'm going to bring down that lowest point all the way back to where the shovel is. Then, once I get those two shelves down to the lowest point, then I will torture myself in the bagger and operate it and get rid of this piece here. And like I've said before, actually I'm not going to go into the map saving. So this bagger right now, I've set a point where that satellite dish is, that satellite tower. That's as far that way as I want to dig this area first. Once that bagger reaches that satellite, I'm going to get that bagger to turn this way and head towards the city. So from there to the city. By the time he gets that done, I'm hoping that I'll be done doing what I'm doing here with the two shelves. Once I get those two shelves down to the lowest point, then it's probably going to be me putting down the bagger right here, doing a straight line up to that retaining wall, and then I can go back to doing something else. Which, once I get to that retaining wall, that something else is literally going to be the same process I'm doing here, only it's going to be where that bagger just dug out. But I'm solo play my mine. When I make my mine official, things will change. I'm making a sim ring for excavator. We'll finish end of February, I hope. When you say sim ring, you mean a similar ring? Like similar to what I'm doing? Or you mean, are you meaning something else? Simulator rig. Oh, that's alright. I don't worry about the bad spelling. I'll just try and understand what it is you're trying to say. I'm not going to say anything about bad spelling, because half the words that I would spell are bad spelling. If it wasn't for autocorrect, I don't think anybody would ever understand what I was saying. They wouldn't even think I was speaking the same fucking language. When I type English, it comes out gibberish. Surprised I could spell "and" properly. I'm fluent in Taiwanese, yeah. But if you need a bagger driver, I'll join you now. By all means, man. I am all for it. So I don't know if you've listened to when I put out the spiel of the operate truck and or roller until deemed competent. Well, if you're coming in here saying I am willing to what's the word I'm looking for? I've used it many, many times before, and now I'm forgetting it. I am basically when you come in and say, oh, for fuck's sakes, why is the word just completely slipped my mind? Said it many, many times before. The word just completely gone. basically you offer yourself to do certain work. Volunteer. Yeah, you volunteer. If you're volunteering to operate the bagger, I will gladly take you up on that offer anytime you want to fucking do it. And like I said, it's literally right now, place the bagger where a little bit off next to the shovel and dig out this section here. That's pretty much the extent of what I need the bagger for right now. Anything after that is... Yeah, and I have no problem doing conveyor belts, so you don't need to have a truck operator or a couple truck operators. Like I know Split in Two, he's another YouTuber. He's got he basically got set a couple rules by his chat where he can run the bagger, but he's not allowed to run constant conveyor belt. So everything within a certain amount of distance has to be transported by haul truck. Like if it doesn't go directly into the plant at some point, like right away, like that plant would be exactly what he would run, but the belt that goes from that dump point over to where that bagger is, that's way too long of a conveyor for his streams rule that they place for him. But first I need to finish bag work. My mine. I was so smart to make new game, but local game. Yeah. I had it in mind right away when I made this map that I was going to have other people. When I first thought about it though, it was literally just gonna be, I'm making this a multiplayer map just so if my wife wants to play, then she can at the same time with me. That was the sole purpose of it. But I got into playing this. I also found out that other streamers were really getting into it, and as soon as I started streaming it, I've gotten, I know it's not showing it right now, but I've gotten a lot more traffic playing this game than what I have playing many of the other games that I've played. So when I started this, I'm happy that I started it as a multiplayer. And again, like you can see right now, I am the only one playing on this map right now at this point. But the ability to have people join when they want to join, that's the nice thing about it. Like, if somebody wanted to hop in and operate the truck at any point in time, then they can. If they want to come in and operate the roller at any point in time, they can. We play Norway time. It's 6:02 p.m. my time. Whatever Norway time is to you on that, that's... And being that it's 6:02 p.m. my time, I start my streams at 11 a.m. my time, which is mountain time. Again, I hate time zones. I hate messing with the time zones, trying to figure out time zones. It all just racks my brain so friggin' hard that I don't have the patience for it. But it's like 2 a.m. Norway time. So you don't need to be online when you play. I do. Or to join, yeah, in order to join this map, I have to be online. Yeah, don't go yelling at me. I mean, I don't care about the caps. It's not like it's actually screaming that in my ear. It really doesn't matter to me. But, Okay, so it's 2 a.m. Your 2 a.m. Did I say a.m.? Yes, it's a.m. 6, 12, 1, 2. So you're 8 hours ahead of me. But in the same breath, it's like I said, it's 6 o'clock my time, and here pretty quick I'm gonna be ending the stream because I have to go pick the wife up from the bus stop, and she gets home from work and stuff. So, hey, Gorox, it's 8:04 for me. Yeah, you're 2 hours ahead. You're same time zone as Ontario. I knew that one. So stupid of this game. I order 2-tine joystick and well, it's well, you bought 2 joysticks. That means you can pretty much you can operate any of the equipment. The apparently there's somebody that was in here. I think it was Velcro was on Facebook on YouTube. He was mentioning with another guy that I had, another viewer that was in the stream. There was a setup for the joystick so you can actually basically set cruise control for the bagger once you have the joystick set up. Well, Dims, it maybe next time or when you come on, maybe you could start up the tunnel that goes to the other side of the mountain. Not really. Not anytime soon anyway. That's another project that at this point in time before I start doing any other projects on here, I want to try and get at least a good chunk of this pit going, and then have the second pit started. I mean, I've been saying it forever. Anybody that wants to join, if I'm online, feel free. If you have the game and you want to join, by all means. I just ask that if you're, like, even if you've been in the stream forever, if it's your first time playing on my map for me, I ask that you operate the truck and or roller first. Of course, unless you're volunteering to operate the bagger, then by all means. But besides that, it's truck or roller until you've been around in here a little bit to know or to prove that you're not a troll is the main reason. Competency, not so much as just to prove that you're not in here to just destroy the map. Because I know trolls do exist, and there's a lot of people that go out of their way to just be one. And why people get such a kick out of being a piece of shit, I don't know. But It's like I've got almost 1,600 hours, man hours in this game now. I've got personally a little over 400. And for somebody to just come in here and try and completely ruin the fucking map, I just don't understand why anybody would do that and be happy with that kind of decision. I'm not a big fan of the roller either, but I am a fan of the smooth road that is made from it. Like, if I had the roller running on this road right now, I wouldn't be bouncing around as much as I am. And I am literally just cleaning up the edge here. I know it's not going to be as clean or smooth, but hate roller. I use this game as a break of all my other games. Well, right now this is my main viewership game, so this is my main game at this point. But yes, Devast, is that how you say it? Or devastated? Holy fuck. Devastated. Jesus. All I had to do was just try and pronounce it. Devastated. It works. Okay. Join when I get my joysticks. Okay. Like I said, when I'm online, if anybody wants to play the game, play on this map, all they gotta do is just put in the comments that you're interested. Join the Discord. That link is in the description below. All my socials are in the description below. Do all of that, and you'll get all the information that you need there. And as long as I am online, then you can join. I think this truck is full. Full enough. Actually, let me put this one down there on Dino. I hate to be the hydraulic mechanic. on what? The loaders? Remember that statement I was making there a little while ago when I was talking about how I had the herniated disc and all that stuff? And then I decided to, if they had an x-ray and told me what not to do, basically as a career choice, I would have turned it into a fucking checklist. Heavy duty mechanic was one of them. My job was hydraulic mechanic on this shit. Believe it or not, I would rather change the hydraulics on these rather than change the hydraulics on the smaller loaders and things like that. Considering, I mean, they do have a good example here. Right there. So that's a fitting. Disconnect that. Actually. Yep. So you do 4 bolts there. That piece comes off. That little hose comes up there. Goes onto that fitting there. You pop a wrench onto 2 of those ends there and you crack them off. Just make sure that the hydraulics are down and not holding any pressure, because if anybody knows anything about hydraulic fluid, it is a it's a somethingogenic. Basically, if you got hydraulic fluid under your skin, it will eat it from the inside out. If you're okay with gruesome looking pictures and stuff like that, and you are of 18 or older, then Google degloving. If you're not, do not Google that. Don't go anywhere near that. Or hydraulic fluid wounds. And you'll definitely don't do that if you're not 18. Basically, what happens with the hydraulic fluid when it gets under your skin, if you don't get rid of it, like if you don't clean it out and actually remove the actual hydraulic fluid, it will eat it, like eat your skin until there's no more skin left for it to eat. And there's times that when doctors get a hold of you, by the time they get a hold of you, there's already a good chunk of your hand essentially missing. So that's why they say if you're a mechanic and you're ever working around hydraulic equipment, you should, like if you're testing and checking things like that, always have like a piece of paper or something like that around you that you don't put your hand in to see if you can feel where the hydraulic line is leaking or anything like that. You want to use a piece of paper or something like that. Dim, thanks for the sub. It's appreciated. Apparently had too many commercials and he had to get rid of them. But yeah, hydraulic fluid is really gruesome thing if you don't work around it the right way. You're not safe around it. that's why it's so crooked. I hit the friggin' or my mind doing nothing. Thank you all the same. Actually, I think I should fill that back in a bit. Oh boy, did I ever lift that up a lot. Okay, let's put a bunch of this in then. And the roller's all the way down over there. I'm not going all the way over there to get that roller. I'd rather beat this dirt into submission with a shovel. To the guy that came up with the action towards this, you really took the go over there and hit that with the shovel way too literally. Alright. This truck is full. Bring that up and dump it. At this point, I'm not really looking for smooth on that level because I know I'm going to be getting rid of it pretty much as soon as I can. That will be my next, pretty much my next, the next section. Because as soon as I'm done digging one strip back, I'm pretty sure I'm done up there for now. And then I drop down one more shelf and I start digging the shelf that these trucks are currently sitting on until I can bring that pit. The lowest point will be a little bit wider. And then I torture myself in the bagger unless other people come on here and volunteer to use it, and said by all means. Less time that I need to be in that thing. And if somebody is operating that bagger up here, and let's say Kyle was also in here operating the bagger there, we'll combine the things to run up to the plant, the hopper. And while the baggers are being used up here, I will dig out the bottom of the pit. I'll just keep on digging this out until it's all at the same level. And not shelves. But if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up, like the stream. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps. Every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below that you're interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info, or you can join through the Discord and you'll see it all there, which is also in the description below. And all that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove that you are not a troll, or you can operate the bagger if you want to do that. And if you do that, I will, as an incentive, buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. So I am now 7.5 hours into this stream. I think I'm going to be calling it in about a half hour, just for you guys to have a heads up, so it isn't just me dropping the game and it's like, oh, I'm in and time to go, goodbye. It'll be in about a half hour. I'm going to continue to try and clean this up a bit more and see if I can make this look a little more presentable. But like I said, this area that I'm driving on right now is going to be getting dug up eventually. So as soon as I'm done cleaning up this edge towards the shovel there now, once I got that edge cleaned up and I have where the shovel is currently sitting dug out, so that it's pretty much a straight line from to my right, so where the retaining wall goes from there all the way to where the dump, or that retaining wall that you can see in front of me. So once I get to that, that's gonna be it for me digging up here on that shelf where the shovel is. Once I get that done, then I'm gonna move down and remove the area that this loader and these 3 trucks are sitting on, and I'm gonna bring this area down to the level that purple truck is sitting on, and I'll bring it back probably to about the same. I'll probably stage it so it does look like it's shelves, just so that it'll be easier if I happen to bring another shovel into the situation and do that. But the main idea right now is to at least get this section that this truck is sitting on down to the lowest point. And then we'll see how it goes from there. Like I said, right now I'm pretty much just making it look cleaner. I don't care about smooth. Like, as much as smooth as the lower level here is, it's a lot smoother down there than what it is up here. You see how lumpy this is? See how lumpy it is over that way? Like all of that. I don't care about the smooth up here because this is all gonna get dug out to be the same height as this pit area here. So I'm gonna end up digging all of this out up to that wall, digging all of that out, all up to that wall, all of that out. Same thing right here. All of this is eventually going to get dug out. And like I said, where that satellite tower is, that's where that wall is going to end. So kind of like how this wall over here is. That's where that one's going to end. I might shelf it though, because later on I might want to do some more things over that way. I try and stream every day. Try. Lately, I'd say last couple of weeks have been a bit scattered. It's mostly pay attention to my socials to see if I'm not going to be streaming. If I don't say anything, I'm most likely going to be streaming unless something catastrophic happened. But I stream 11 o'clock Mountain Time to roughly around the 8-hour mark. I try and do an 8-hour stream. And the reason that I try not to do any longer than that, like I've said before, is I have to go pick up my wife from the bus stop. She works out on site. They do buses to bring them back and forth to work. The actual site that she's working on is about an hour drive. So I go pick her up at the bus stop, and so I try and have my stream done a little bit earlier than when I have to go pick her up. Gives me time to clean up and things like that, and have time to do that. Just in case I did happen to catch on to something in this game, let's say, or any game really that I ever play that gives me time to get that finished up. But I do try and stream every day. Lately, as well, I was doing, like I even said that I was trying to take Mondays off, but that didn't quite work out. So I don't know. I'm still not 100% on my schedule, but it is 11 o'clock Mountain Time is my start time. I try not to stream I don't stream any earlier than that, and there has been a few late streams, but again, that is what it is with that. Real life happens, and can't do anything about it. And I'd say here in the next, I want to say next couple months, I have no idea how energetic I will be to stream when I go in for the surgery that I'm going to be getting on my neck. So that's going to be up in the air, and we'll see how that goes. I might try and stream while still doing the recovery of that, but that one will absolutely depend on how I feel coming out of that. Because for those who do not know, I will be getting set up to get another surgery for, I have a herniated disc in my neck again. This will be the second time I've had this surgery in regards to a herniated disc in my neck, where they will be going in and fusing two vertebrae together, removing the disc in between and fusing two vertebrae together. And the only thing is, that surgery is going to be, when it's all said and done, I will end up having 3 vertebrae fused together. And it didn't seem too bad last time. My neck was stiff. I mean, understandable. Had a sore throat for a little bit because when you get that surgery, they intubate you. But I didn't feel any of that stuff. I had the sore throat when I woke up. like I said, the roughest part of that surgery, I think, was the stiff neck. But it is the reason that I am on disability, and it also is the reason that I am trying to make a career out of this. Because at this point in time, my previous career choice is definitely out the window. There will never be a way that I will be able to go back to doing tire technician as a line of work. So, the career choice that I used to have, I used to change the tires on basically everything that's in this game. So yes, I have changed the tires on the Cat 797s, the 980 Komatsu haul trucks. I have changed the tires on those. The I want to say 830s. I'm not sure on the last two digits of that truck. It's the one that's just under the 980. But I have changed the tires on those. Basically the 5980 R63s. $75,000 to $80,000 a piece per tire, and each truck has 6. And that's just the tires. So you can just imagine how much money a actual haul truck costs when each tire is $75,000 to $80,000 a piece. It was a pretty good career. It was one of those jobs that when you did finish the job, you look at it and had like a sense of satisfaction. You can actually look at that and say, yes, I did that job, and be proud of the fact that you did it. And then after a while, it did kind of just turn into another day, but you still had a little bit of that in the back of your head of doing that. Yeah. For the sites, yes, it absolutely is. It is definitely pocket change for the sites. The companies that run this equipment, I still used to get a kick out of it though. When I worked, actually, I think we were still playing WoW together at the time that I was working for Cal Tire. But used to get a kick out of the way the service managers and stuff would come into our shop, and we had basically a lunchroom table in the middle of our shop with a bunch of chairs around it, and the company supervisors would come in and see us sitting around this table, and they would come in and have a chat with us, and they would look at us and say that they were happy to see that we weren't doing any work. Any other company that I've ever worked for, you'd be amazed. You'd look at them and be like, huh? Like normally when a manager or supervisor walks in the door, you're scrambling, looking for something to look busy. These guys would walk in and be like, good, you're not doing anything. That's good. I finally asked them one day why that was good, and that's when they gave me well, put it this way. If you were working, so right now, you just doing nothing, we're paying you your hourly wage to be here. If you were working, not only are we paying you your hourly wage, but we're also paying for the equipment that you are using to change the tire. And if you are working, tires needed to be changed, meaning we just spent $75,000 to $80,000 right off the get-go, right off the bat. So that let's say $80,000 plus their like $400 or $500 an hour to basically rent out the manipulator or have us operate our own equipment. They were charging the equipment by the hour as well, if we were using it, and they weren't doing it cheap. So let's say $400 yeah, $400 an hour for the manipulator. We were getting paid our hourly wage, but Cal Tire was still charging them a certain amount an hour for us, so they were upcharging. Obviously, the way a business would work, they were upcharging hourly wage. So if we were getting paid, like I was getting paid $37.30 an hour at that time, and I was only there for a little less than 6 months, so that was my starting wage, was $37.30 an hour. They would be charging them, let's say $100 an hour to have me do what I was doing. Then they were charging for the equipment that we were using, plus they paid for the tire that needed to go on that truck. So when they told me that, it made perfect sense as to why they would come in and say they were happy to see us sitting on our asses doing nothing. They would rather see us doing absolutely nothing than see us working, because they knew they were saving money the less that we were doing. But then you get like the Cal Tire supervisor that were typical of the, I want to see you doing something because I want you to be productive and all of that kind of bullshit. It's like, yeah. Back. So we're on different time scale. Yeah, you're 8 hours ahead of me. And Ice, if that's actually pocket change for you, send some of that over my way, would you? Check something here. Nope, not what I want. That disappeared real quick. Okay. Calculator. So 80,000 times 6. So each haul truck has $480,000 worth of tires on it. Outlook is checking for an update version and will finish operating when ready. I couldn't care less. But yeah, so each haul truck is holding $480,000 worth of tires. Not, there's the Outlook part that I really couldn't, like I said, care less. Cancel, close, I don't care. There we go. Fact. So I can't mine at your mine when you're off online. No, you cannot. Man, if only that was true. Yeah. No kidding. Love to be able to say that I could afford a haul truck in no time. Just fork over $80,000 like it was pocket change. Yeah, fuck. I wouldn't be living in no one-bedroom apartment, I can guarantee you that. And if I did, it'd be a one-bedroom apartment in fucking Florida or something. And I'd own the entire apartment. I have to catch you when you online due to the time zones. Yeah. Yeah, And there's no way that I'm able to leave the map running either. Like, I've already thought about something like that, but at the same time, I wouldn't be able to police it in any way. So if I was to even try and think about doing something like that, and then somebody decided that they were a troll, and they got on here, absolutely destroyed the fucking map, and then I got on, let's say 8 hours later, 9 hours later, find the map absolutely destroyed, and because the map auto-saves, there wouldn't have been anything that I could do about it. So, there's no way that that would make sense. You wouldn't like Florida, it's one of our most humid states. Oh. You love Florida because you said you're used to the humidity. Trolls we kick on site. Yep. But at the same time, if it was my map and I was to, let's say, just leave the game going, as an example, just leave the game going and let anybody that can get the information just join, the ability for you to remove somebody isn't able to happen either. I would have to be online to remove them. Actually, you would like... Oh, so it's the cool breeze from the ocean. I'd love that. I mean, obviously, where I'm originally from, Newfoundland, it's all we are is ocean. Around the ocean. The Atlantic. See, that's something too. When I first moved up here, and when on the way up here found we went to Ontario, and the humidity basically just kicked us straight in the fucking face as soon as we caught off the plane. I didn't like that. And then at that point, of course, I was 10 years old at the time, so I didn't know the difference between what the fuck humidity was. But to get up here and find out that there is no humidity, and then to realize that where I was originally from, there's apparently a lot of humidity, but I don't ever remember it. But again, it's because of that. It's the Atlantic Ocean, the breeze brings in, it doesn't feel as warm. But again, I'm also from the northern, I'm in Canada, so it's colder up this way. Regardless of time of year, it's still cooler. Now, it's not fucking, we don't all walk around and live out of fucking igloos and ride around on polar bears like some people down in the fucking States seem to still have the stipulation of. I don't have a pet fucking moose or pet penguin or anything like that. I will join you. Join if you need bagger, and of course, if I have time. Yes. Yep. No, I mean, I appreciate the offer, and if I'm online and you're online and you want to hop on and operate the bagger for any period of time, it doesn't really matter. I can have it set up. That's not the problem either. Like later on, I can get the bagger set up. I'm originally from the UK, but I now live in the Midwest, so I understand humidity. Yeah, the UK, where you get like 3 days of not fucking rain, and I watch a guy, the YouTuber called Syndicate, or Life of Tom is his full-time thing now as well. And yeah, I understand what kind of weather you guys go through over there. Like, it rains so fucking often, you literally have mushrooms growing in your lawn. Like, that's humidity time, like, at its fucking finest there. When you have literal just random mushrooms always just growing in the yard. Who's got the biggest moose? Norway or Canada? Well, we actually have moose in Newfoundland, where I'm originally from. The moose are actually big enough to the point where Honda Civics have been known to literally drive under them. And that's no exaggeration. They have been known to literally drive under them. Now, there is some out there that are not as big as that, but they have been known to be big enough to where, like, compact cars and things like that are able to drive under them. And they do full write-offs of vehicles if you hit them and strong enough to be able to fucking just get up and walk away. So I don't know how big they are where you're at, if they're able to do that, but that's what happens in Newfoundland. Las Vegas has no humidity, but it's also 130 degrees every day except in the winter. Yeah, we went down last March, and it was 20 degrees when we went down. That's, again, Celsius. You can do the conversion of what that is in Fahrenheit. But it was comfortable. That was... I was walking around in, I wouldn't say shorts. I don't wear shorts. My legs are so fucking white. If I wore shorts, people would have to wear sunglasses just to go around me. But I was walking around in jeans and a t-shirt, to the point where I actually had a couple people that were down there looked at me and said, "You must be Canadian." And I asked them why, and they're like, because if you were, the people that are from here, that are living down here, are walking around with fucking jackets on, and you guys are walking around in pants and fucking t-shirt. Like, they're looking at us like we were fucking crazy, and they were expecting us to, like, curl over with hypothermia at that point. And we're laughing. Like, loving the fucking weather. It was beautiful. And they're like, "It's fucking cold." I'm like, "You guys are fucking nuts." There's no fucking way this is cold. Alright, way too much coming out of here. Let's smooth this out. But yeah, the first time we went to Vegas was we bought a car, and the car they basically had us in a free vacation. Now I'm gonna use giant fucking air quotes on that free part, because we ended up having to pay an extra, I think it was like $700 or $800 on top of the free part that they had, just to get down there and be there. So there was nothing free about it. But it was like a 4-night, 4-night accommodation, and we stayed at the Excalibur when we were there. Yeah, but again, and my mother and my father have gone there so many times that, and they still love going there, but they've gone there so many times and they were told the same thing, and I think they made the mistake of going down there one year during the summer, and they said that they never ever want to do that again. They said it was like the equivalent of the cartoons when you see the cartoon character dragging themselves through the desert looking for water, like that. That was essentially how hot the fucking place was. It's like go hop in the fucking oven and turn it on bust, and it'd be cooler than walking down the strip in Vegas during the summer. So we try and book it during, I guess it would be at springtime. Where it's not fucking split the rocks hot, but at the same time, apparently it can get cold in Vegas. We haven't seen it, but I've been in Vegas during the summer, but it was fine. Did you just happen to not go there during like the hottest point, or was it just that one time that you went there in the summer? It wasn't like the hottest anyway. It was one of those calm years, not the split the rocks hot, like drought season kind of thing. It's 140, one of the days I was there. So if 68 is cool, and 68 is about what we were sitting at, and you were sitting at 140, no thank you. I'll pass on that. Thank you. Yeah. That does sound like one of those days that I could just climb in the fucking oven and have a cooler day. But I do think I'm gonna go dump that truck, the one with the blue wheels. I'm gonna go dump that truck. I'm gonna dump the purple one there, Dino. And then I am probably gonna be calling it at that point. Tomorrow I'll be back on for 11 o'clock Mountain Time. And I'll continue the cut here, so where the beak of this box is pointing. So under the shovel up to that retaining wall, I'll continue that cut. And once I'm done that cut, then I'm gonna remove where my haul truck is driving right now. I'll start digging this out again. And then yeah. And then after that, if I don't have any volunteers for bagger operator, then I will torture myself operating the bagger. Put this wall in first. Just having that gap is going to annoy me. I'll clean that up later on, but I'll figure that out later. Yeah, so I'll go dump this truck. I'll dump Dino. And call her a night. Just out of the little bit of digging that I was doing, and what Kyle got cut up there, made a little over 2 million in just selling dirt. So an 8-hour stream with basically what's been done, 2 million in dirt sales. That's not including when I go in and sell the clean diamonds, the clean rubies, the smelted gold, iron or steel, copper, lithium, aluminum, or for those that are UK and or Australian over that way, the aluminium. Yes, I gotta emphasize on that one because it sounds funny. Whichever one is right, I don't care, but I have to say it that way anyway. And I would probably be closer to the 1 billion. I'd be probably well over the 500,000 or 500 million mark if I sold all the diamonds and stuff like that I got there. I'd probably be closer to the 500, I'd say 515 mil. So 1,515 mil is probably what I'd be closer to if I turn around and sold everything that was cleaned. So yeah, I'll go park this, dump Dino. So yeah, tomorrow I'm pretty sure I'm gonna finish at least the cut and a good chunk of this one down here, down where Dino's currently sitting. I'm gonna have to hit some of that solid stone with explosives. Probably do that right now, actually. Yeah, when I grab Dino, I'm gonna place some explosives. I'm gonna leave these 3 trucks up here because I'm sure by the time I'm done with that cut, having these 3 trucks up here instead of putting them down bottom and then bringing them back up again will save me some time. And I will also most likely need all 3 of these to finish that cut a lot easier. Oh yeah, I was gonna place some explosives on this solid rock. Right there. that wasn't solid rock. Okay. That was. And that was some solid rock. Okay. Well, that works. I hope the truck doesn't go anywhere. That's not solid rock either. Jesus. Okay. Alright. Well, come in with the loader later. Actually, it won't be the loader. I will just take the excavator and dig half of that off, and then I'll be coming in with the loader. But I'll do that later. That's tomorrow after I'm done with the shelf. That's the cut that the excavator is currently sitting on. My brain would decide to work. Dump this, park it down the bottom, and then call. Once I think about it, I should at least check the coal storages and possibly the oil storage. Oh. Yeah, I'd be frustrated if it's like every now and again I just gotta stop, think about it for a minute, and then it comes in clear. Or use Google to help me out. But to have a constant that would drive me nuts. Ugh. But yeah, so tomorrow's plan, since I'm up here, it'll be easier to see it. Basically, that line in front of the shovel, I'm going to bring that line to where that railing, the yellow railing, meets the dirt. That's basically where that's going to end, roughly around there. And then, once I get that shovel to reach there, then I'm going to start digging down on the lowest, or basically putting the shovel where the glow stick haul truck is, and start digging where the two haul trucks are up top here. I'm going to remove that material all the way back to that wall, and then probably torturing myself with the bagger. Jesus. Ugh. Holy shit, we're freezing tomorrow for the first time in a month. think yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, was the first time in the last 4 months that we were above. Like, it was warmer than freezing. Stuff was melting. Alright. So, yeah. That's as far as this wall is going to go for now. This section here that I'm looking at. That's as far as back as this going for now. Then I'm going to cut everything that's this way back to where that retaining wall is there. So all of that. And then everything that I'm standing on, I'm probably going to bring back to, let's say, about here. At this point. That's probably how far back I'm going to end up digging, just so that I can get enough room to get that shovel or haul truck in this ledge for when that wall is gone, that entire section there with the bagger. Then I can get that shovel up here and dig out this wall and be able to park the truck on this area, and then rinse and repeat that process until basically as soon as that's dug out, as far as I want to go back to where the satellite dish is. Once I get all that dug out and all of this dug out, then I'm gonna remove all of this material here. So everything that's up there, so all of this material, and everything that I'm standing on, I'm gonna bring down to this level. And then once I get down to this level, that's when I extend this ramp to probably this point. But I just keep going down farther. And once I go down farther there, then I rinse and repeat this process. Because all of this was the same level at one time. And then I rinse and repeat this process for down here until I get down to essentially the bottom of the map, whatever that might be. Some people say it's fog. Some people say it's fog. That's all I've been told. It's a fog, which I've seen the fog on this map already, but it's a regular fog. I don't know. I haven't seen it to know exactly what to expect. So I'm gonna wash up glow stick here. I want to be able to find my way back to the trucks. Spray these down. And ice, I would say by the time you actually get a chance to operate that thing, I'm probably gonna have to paint it again. And I don't mean that as a hurry up thing. I mean the amount of paint deterioration in this game. Like, this truck here has 15 whole hours, and I've probably painted it 3, maybe 4 times now. And the amount of paint that's on it right now, the condition is 5.6, 5.9. Like, it's got almost nothing for fucking paint left on it. It's almost ready for another paint job. So I would say by the time this thing is ready, you can see the box is already, there's only an hour and 7 minutes, and the box is already starting to get scratched. I mean, if it was real, that would be scratched right away anyway, but the truck's paint job on the rest of it wouldn't be anywhere near as bad as, or as fast as it would be. This truck here, 4.8. Okay, so that truck that is up there, This truck here is the one that I was calling Bigger Red. And the reason that I call it Bigger Red is they are the 500 series trucks. So like you can see, I've got 400, 500. So if I drive this truck, the 400 series that's sitting on top of this building right here, which I do have up here like this on purpose. It is a display model. That truck there I was calling Big Red. That was before the 500 series was even thought about. I was calling this truck Big Red. Then they came out with the 500 series, and I went out and got that truck, and I am now calling that truck Bigger Red. Creative, I know. And that I need to fix. There. But yeah, so that truck is Bigger Red, and I've been driving that truck pretty much for quite some time. Actually, how many hours does Big Red have? Can't even remember how many hours Big Red has. I think it's in the 30. I want to say 30. And it might not even be close to that either. I just pulled a number out of my ass on that one. What the hell is running? So Big Red's got 27 hours. Is it this loader? It is the loader. Why is there only 3 wheels? Okay, turbo needs to be replaced. Okay, injector. The ram? Holy fuck, this thing is destroyed. Okay. Well, let me go grab those parts. Why is that loader just busted like that? What a game. Okay. So I need turbo. One turbo. One injector. And one ram. Oh. Okay, turbo, injector, and ram. There you go. But yeah, this loader's got 37 hours. The other loader that I got down there's got more than that, I think. Just gonna check the coal. Okay, we're good on the coal. Check the oil. Good on oil. Much stuff did I get in these? Not much. Okay. Well, so that's the plan. Dig out this area. So like I said, with the satellite dish, the satellite tower right there, that's as far back that way as I want that bagger to dig. Then he's gonna turn and point in the direction that the bucket is currently facing and dig towards the city. And hopefully by the time he's done that, I will have the remaining part of this dugout and this dugout, and then I'll probably put the bagger here and dig it that way, unless of course, like I said, I have volunteers that want to use the bagger, then they can do that. And while they're doing that, then I can end up just continuing on this dig out, but we'll see. Find out how that goes when that time comes. So I will be streaming again tomorrow at 11 Mountain Time, 11 a.m. Mountain Time. And again, like I've said before, for people who hate time zones as much as I do, right now it is 7:23 p.m. my time. So at 11 Mountain Time tomorrow, I will be streaming again. Unless, of course, something comes up, and if something comes up, I will be putting it on my socials or just typing it in Discord. So if you're not a member of, or not a part of the Discord channel, or not a part of my Facebook, my X, or Instagram, that all is in a link below, and the link, or the thing you gotta type will also be on my stream ending scene that'll come up here in a minute. But yeah, 11 Mountain Time tomorrow, I will be continuing this dig and that down there at least. So until then, have a good one.